Athletes come and go, overtaken by the next generation, their careers measured in years. Yet every sport generates that rare exception. Defying Father Time, they persevere and become legends. Rideau Carleton Raceway has produced its own legend, Eastern Ontario's own driver Darrell Colville. Over an incredible career of 5 decades, Darrell remained at the top of Rideau Carleton's driving roster to amass over 42,300 starts, winning 6,768 of those races.
I didn't get a whole lot of schooling in high school because we had a bunch of broodmares at home and stuff, and I was more interested in that. So when I turned 16, I quit school, and then I started work for a Dr. Perrin. He had racehorses. And from then, I just kept doing little bits of this and that, and then when I was about 17, I decided to get my license. So finally, well, no, I wasn't 17, I was 15 because I lied to get my trainer's license. Well, I helped my dad a lot, and Dad did most of the driving back then because we raced in Kingston a lot, and not part. But I would be about 18 then because Dad got a little sick, so I had to go drive a couple for him in Kingston. And I think I won with both of them. And then the next week somebody else put me on a couple, and then I got winning a few more. And then finally I tried tried Rideau, and I got beat pretty bad there, so with my own horse, so I went back to Kingston. And I was doing really good, so Kingston closed, so I went back to Rideau, and I went back to Rideau, and Jack Duford was one of the first guys to ever give me a hole. And when he gave me the hole, I ended up winning. And then from then on, I just kept getting more drives and more drives. And,
My dad was around, I think in his 30s when he first started. But cause he, as I say, he bought a horse at a barn sale, and I had the papers with it. So then my Uncle Alan, he had already had one, I think, W. R. Grattan, because old Steg Craig and them used to drive it in Connaught Park. But no, Dad, he was in love with it, my dad. He even, they had a wrecking lot in Brockville, and he stopped doing that, and he went right to the racehorses. Almost started a few times, but other than that, we were, yeah. But no, he loved his racing. He drove till he was, I think, 70. He drove his last race when he was around 70, I think, yep. But no, and he used to give me shit. Like, I remember the first couple of times I raced, like even on a pony, we were at Lansdowne Fair, and I turned around to see where the rest were coming. If the rest were coming, when I turned my pony, and she went right in through the cars and through the infield. And Dad, well, I got shit. But no, he said, you never look. He said, they'll come quick enough. He said, you never look behind, because there's always somebody coming, and they will get you quick enough. So I never really, I'll glance, so I can hear them, just.
You can always get beat. There's always somebody better, It's like anything. But even before I went to the gate, like sometimes if I was going for a big race, like I used to do a lot of stake driving in Quebec City on them small half-mile tracks and stuff. And lots of times I'd draw the 8-hole and stuff. And you'd think about what I got to do. But as soon as I got behind the gate, everything just went to what I had to do, really. It's just something that come to me,
I remember one time in Kingston, we were heading down the backside, and it was terrible and muddy. But back then, there was a lot of older drivers like I am right now, but that's why I think I quit, because a fellow can't tuck and roll as good as he used to. But I remember we were going down the backside, and there was Danny Murphy in there, Ted Hunchback, and a few of us. And this older guy came out and took the legs from underneath my horse. When I went down, it's a good thing it was muddy because I slid quite a bit, and 3 horses went over my back. And I had, they rushed me to the hospital and stuff, but I laid there in the alleyway for a long time waiting for them to take me to the room. And I sort of come half to, so I got up and I left after about 3 hours, and I walked back got a taxi and went back to the racetrack. And I had for about 2 or 3 weeks, I had 3 horse marks on the middle of my back, like horseshoes where the horseshoes had hit me. Cracked a few ribs and stuff, but anything's dangerous, really, you know. As I say, you could walk out to the barn there and somebody, you know, something could follow the sky and hit you. But I wasn't really, like, when I was younger, like, my uncle had a bunch of cows and stuff, like, danger never really, and being hurt never really bothered me much, because we used to get the yearling bulls and stuff, and we'd get them penned up, and we'd take a rope, put it around them, and my brother would tie a knot in it, and I'd get on it. We'd see who could ride the longest. Or we'd get on a horse, like I never rode a saddle, I always rode bareback, you know, like, and we'd or maybe put a rope on the tail and just let it, just put a hook and toboggan to it and away you go, you know, stuff like that. So being hurt, and like even like with the races, like when you're in the race, you never ever think about getting hurt, because if you do, you might better just get off and go home, because it'll happen just before you can even think about it. But lots of times you'd always watch the horse in front or something like that, because you knew if the guy was in trouble or something, then you were looking for a way out. But sometimes you'll get somebody that ain't really, you know, thinking about that, and it'll happen so quick that it's just when you're in the air, you're looking for a place to land, that's all, you know. It's just, or as I always said, you got to tuck and roll, because I've had about 5 or 6 on me. I remember one time in Connaught Park, that was a bad spot, the first corner, and there was about 6 of us leaving around the corner, and I was about third in the middle, and Mike Schaefer was standing on the outside. It was on the outside of me, and the guy went down, took me down, and when I went down, I went off the bike, and when I went off the bike, I landed on the side of Mike Schaefer's horse, and I hung on till he made the corner, and then once they cleared the accident, then I let go. Yeah, but it's just you got to think, and it happens quick. Yeah. No, there was never a moment in my mind, a question in my mind that's what I didn't want to do. I wanted to race horses all my life, and that's. Yeah, as I say, I've worked at plants. I worked at Black & Decker for 12 hours. Worked at Selkirk's for about almost 2 weeks. I worked at the steel factory for 6 hours, and after that, I said no more. Yeah, I wanted to race. Yeah.
To drive, and Daryl, you know, when there was a race to be won, Daryl, I mean, he won a lot of races, but he always took care of us young guys. Like, he knew what the future of the sport was, and he knew that us young guys that were starting out were going to be the future. And he knew that in order for that to happen, you know, he couldn't go bullying us when he didn't need to on the track. So, you know, he was a real gentleman to drive against it. And you can ask any young guy or old guy that's drove at this track, you know, he was respectful, but he was still a winner.
I think just Daryl's personality off the racetrack, he always made you feel good, whether you won or lost. He had a great attitude, great temperament, and he was a consummate professional on and off the racetrack.
He put the butter and the bread on the table, just like everybody. A race is a race. You got no friend behind the gate. And Daryl was like that. But after the race was different. He had a lot of friends after the race. Daryl is Daryl. You won't have another one.
I think his talent and his good nature will be what they'll remember most about him.
I would just like to thank everybody, and just I've had a hell of a ride, and I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Daryl Colville was patient, but knew when to be aggressive. He had balance and was always in control. He had great hands and could make split-second decisions advantageously. Daryl got the most out of the horse down the lane and seldom let a blistering pace cost him at the end of the mile. Unfortunately for all of us at Rideau Carleton, he is not immortal. The last chapter of his driving career has been written. What is left is his legacy, one of a fierce yet benevolent competitor, persevering many challenges and engraving his name in the memories of all who follow our sport for many generations to come.
In the world of sports, men and women seldom compete together in the same arena on the same stage. That's not the case in horse racing, where both women and men compete on even terms on the racetrack. In the world of horse racing, jockey Julie Crone was the first one to significantly break the gender barrier. The Michigan, U.S. native Crone came to prominence in the 1980s as an excellent rider. Julie rode countless winners in graded stakes as well. She was the first female rider to win a Triple Crown race, the 1993 Belmont Stakes. Crone also beat the best jockeys in the world while becoming the first woman rider to win a Breeders' Cup event. She won the Juvenile Fillies. With over 4,000 wins, Julie paved the way for many female riders who would follow in her footsteps. Upon retirement, Julie Crone earned her place in both the Horse Racing Hall of Fame and the National Women's Hall of Fame. In harness racing, for years, women have worked performing many behind-the-scenes roles such as trainers, grooms, blacksmiths, and veterinarians. While drivers in harness racing receive the most notoriety and accolades, most of them are men. One to significantly break the glass ceiling is Rideau Carleton's own Marie-Claude Auger. Auger would certainly be on any knowledgeable racetrack aficionado's top 5 list in terms of female drivers worldwide. At Rideau Carleton, Auger is in heavy demand. She has driven and won for many high-profile trainers such as Jamie Copley, Victor Putty, and Ron Charette. Originally from Pointe de Lac, Quebec, Auger began her driving career in 2001, racing at Trois-Rivières, Quebec City, and the famed Blue Bonnets in Montreal. In 2009, Auger found herself traveling to Rideau Carleton as well, the track that would ultimately become her principal place to race.
Marie-Claude Auger, win number 500 lifetime, does it in the preferred with Love My Rockin' Bird in 153-3.
Known to be an extremely hard worker, Marie-Claude has always trained a stable of horses in addition to driving. Sans Frontières, a winner of $250,000, is the mare who essentially put Auger on the map in Ontario. This Quebec-bred, homebred daughter of House of Fun won numerous top class and stake races, defeating the best mares in both Ontario and Quebec. I guess you could say these two grew their careers together. Dr. Royal, White Cookie, and Girl Scout Cookie are a few of the other high-end proteges that Marie-Claude has since developed, trained, and driven to victory. Unfortunately, like many professional athletes, Auger has had to overcome many obstacles. Near tragedy and adversity. 2 years ago, while driving at Trois-Rivières, Marie-Claude was involved in a horrible spill that saw her hit the ground hard. She suffered numerous injuries, including a severe concussion. After returning to action several months later, Auger quickly got back to her winning ways. In 2022, Marie-Claude represented Rideau Carleton in an all-women's competition at Canada's premier oval, Woodbine Mohawk Park. This is the biggest stage under the brightest lights in harness racing. Presently, Marie-Claude is closing in on 600 career wins and almost $3 million in drivers' earnings. Nothing has been handed to her. She has created her own place in harness racing with talent, perseverance, and plain old hard work. Rideau Carleton is very proud of this strong and determined woman, and it is our sincere pleasure to see what lies ahead in the career of driver Marie-Claude Auger.
On a cold, drizzly afternoon, Nevermind N looks to rebound from last week's upset against Donadover and Cold Rage, while CrossFit is back in the open to challenge Black Tie Bash.
Here comes Richie Alpha, way out wide, walk off Z-Tam, any one of these three, DA Temptation, walk off Z-Tam, it's DA Temptation to win it in 1:54 and 4/5. Well, the lone filly in the field, DA Temptation, returns as the winner. She's by Sports Writer out of the Camlock mare Taboo Sealster. Owned by PL Yvon Mondu Incorporated, trained and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. DA Temptation 1:54 and 4, 26 and 2, 55 and 3, 123 and 4, the mile 1:54 and 4/5. Speaker Nancy still going strong. Greystone Treasure, pocket pulling early for Gagnon, and here she comes ahead of What I Need Is a Man third with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Speaker Nancy trying to see it through. Greystone Treasure has the better of her. Speaker Nancy, Greystone Treasure once again, the upsetter, finishing second. Speaker Nancy, What I Need Is a Man third in 1:53 and 4. So he did just that. This one with Greystone Treasure. A bay mare, 5 years old, by State Treasurer, out of the Mach 3 mare, Greystone Lady Mach. James Barry, the proud owner. Guy Gagnon, the winning trainer driver. Greystone Treasure, 1:53 and 4. Third in her last four, 27 and 4, 57 and 1, 125 and 1, the mile 1:53, 4/5. To V3 wide, muscled up, needs to find more to catch the leader. Safe choice by 2. Down the center comes Coltrane to V. In between horses, Apocalypse Alpha still there and charging, but it's Safe Choice. Now 3 for 3 for driver Ryan Guy. Flying Ryan in 2:02 and 3. Safe Choice over Apocalypse Alpha and muscled up. 7 driver's objection and an inquiry on the first turn. Here comes the winner. It's number 6, Safe Choice, a 2-year-old son of EL Titan, out of the Windsong Espoir mare, Choice Hall, owned by Fanny Saul-Beaulieu, along with Philippe Trudeau and Isabelle Lave, trained by Jean Beaulieu, driven to victory by Flying Ryan Guy. There's horses for courses, and there's drivers for horses, and this one is both. 3 for 3, Ryan Guy at Rideau Carleton, Safe Choice. The mile 2:02 and 3, 29 and 1, 101 and 3, 131 and 2, the mile 2:02 3/5. Still, it's Major Motion going strong. Here comes Sunny Sicily motoring up on the outside, 3 wide, and here she comes to take on Major Motion and goes right on by with ridiculous ease. Sunny Sicily powering to the top, drawing off to win by a clear 5 in the end. Major Motion hung tough for second, while Bet Till Dawn closed up nicely for third in 1:54 and 2. With Fanny Saul-Beaulieu, back-to-back wins on the program for trainer Jean Beaulieu and Flying Ryan Guy. Sunny Sicily in 1:54 and 2, and that's a new lifetime record. The easiest of winners, 26 and 2, 56 and 2, 125, the mile 1:54 and 2/5. Jaden's Magic Steel inside. On the outside, no sports, pun intended, putting in a big one, but it's not enough. Jaden's Magic Steel is home in front. Make it come true. Re-rallied for second, no sports, pun intended, third in 1:53. Pretty and Magic, owned by Jamie Copley, Darren, and Dwayne Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, Robert Shepard, the winning driver. Jaden's Magic Steel goes back to back. Today's mile 153, 27 and 1, 56 and 2, 123 and 4. The mile in 153.
Mr. Christie once said, if life
field. She's way out on Albion Road and pacing up a storm, coming after the leaders. Here comes talking again, William Waugh, pouncing on the winded leaders, and here she comes to take over and win it at 25-1, finishing second, thinking of you, babe, in 154 and 3. 27, 56 and 3, 124 and 4. A mile 154 and 3. Talking again, watched everything unfold, sprinted 5 wide to cruise home to victory. Motown right there third, bet on a wheel in his fourth, getting messy, flips 3 wide off cover with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Check the Magic is trying to go all the way. He has it by 2. McDonald puts him to work now, but here comes Kinder Motown. Check the Magic, Kinder Motown to decide it. Here is the wire and it's close. Looked like Kinder Motown may have got the measure over Check the Magic in 157 and 4. Owned by Regina Bew, trained by Isabel Darvo, driven to victory by Robert Shepard. Kinder Motown in 157 and 4. That's 7 for 10 career. 28 and 3, 59 and 4, 128 and 3. The mile 157 and 4/5. He's Got a Vendetta is still on the engine, rushing up on the outside. Here comes Instantaneous. Stardog is at the rail in third with an 1/8 of a mile to go. He's Got a Vendetta on the outside. Instantaneous, and up the inside, Stardog. He's Got a Vendetta trying to see it through, and he does. He's Got a Vendetta in front. Stardog second, finishing third. Blockbuster Trade in 155 and 3. Aidan Keeley Griffiths catching He's Got a Vendetta. Winning drive to Stefan Brasso. He's Got a Vendetta in 155 and 3. 27 and 2, 57 and 3, 126 and 4. The mile 155 and 3/5. Town Bud doing it easily to come on even terms with Stella Alpha. Any one of 6, many chances here. It's Enema Town Bud taking over with a 16th to go. Way out wide, EL Bleu in between Cold Rage, but it's going to be Emma Town Bud in front. Cold Rage second, finishing third, EL Bleu in 157 and 4. Emma Town Bud, bay gelding, 6 years old, by Big Stick Lindy, out of the Credit Winner Mare, Centerfold Lady. Owned by Nicole Beauvais-Gertner, trained and driven to victory by Pierre Beauvais. Emma Town Bud in 157 and 4. 28 and 1, 57 and 4, 127 and 2, the mile 157 and 4. CrossFit has gained third. Then it's Mask of Zorro, CL Bleu out of the backfield. Black Tie Bash with an 1/8 of a mile to go and sprinting clear by 3. Black Tie Bash, Robert Shepard, his third winner of the afternoon, and this one's easy. Wins it by 3.5. Finishing second, Raising Rusty, CrossFit third in 156. There's the winner of the 10th race, number 5, Black Tie Bash. He's a brown gelding, 5 years old, by Chapter 7, out of the Cadabra Mare, Daylon Murray. Robert Shepard, the winning owner-driver. That's his third winner on the program. Isabel Darvo, the winning trainer, her second. Black Tie Bash in 156. 28 and 3, 58 and 1, 127 and 1, the mile in 156.
Black Tie Bash continues to dominate the trotting roster at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Live racing resumes Sunday, 6:30.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway for our Sunday evening program of racing. My name's John McMillan. I'm going to be joined by Adam Muntaugh throughout the course of tonight's broadcast. We are going to take a look at the weather and track conditions, followed by tonight's program changes on this 11 race program. The track is fast. It's clear temperatures and skies, 23 Celsius, 73 Fahrenheit. Very little wind, 7 kilometers per hour or 4 miles per hour out of the north-northwest. The humidity is 49%. Here are tonight's changes. Blinkers to open bridle on number 3, walk-off Z-Tam in race 1. Number 3, walk-off Z-Tam with the bridle change. No changes in race 2. Stéphane Brassot off his Rideau Carleton drives tonight. Driving number 6, Ray's Credit in the 3rd, will be Richard Simard. In race 4, driving number 3, Day Delight, will be Pascal Berube. Driving number 5, Aladdin, Sam Filion. No changes in races 5 through 8. Number 2, Red Cape Party in the 9th race goes blind to Pelling Pacifier. Blind to Pelling on number 2, Red Cape Party in the 9th race. In the 10th race, number 3, Street Art goes from blind to open bridle. No changes in race 11. Post time for race 1, 12 minutes from now.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome once again to Rideau Carleton Raceway. I'm Adam Monta, joined by track announcer John McMillan. And John, we've already had an eventful summer, and we had the Ontario Sire Stakes a couple of weeks ago, and the fun's not over. A couple of weeks from now, it's the Coville Cup.
This is a very exciting event. The first one we had 15 years ago, and it has produced some drama like you've never seen before. There's 4 races that are Coville Cup designated on the program. They're enhanced purse money events, and it's going to be as big and great as ever.
No doubt, and I look forward to joining you and everybody else, and we hope you'll be joining us in 2 weeks for Coville Cup night. So let's move on to the first of our 11 races today, and we've got some short fields to start it off, and then we ramp it up, but let's see who you like in the first.
Yeah, I'm not sold on head of the table, but trainer Jean Beaulieu and Ryan Guy are really on a tear. I think this is the likely favorite, and with good reason. A good second most recently. A little light in the win column, 2 for 13, but this whole barn is just on fire, and I think that one is the one you have to lean on in the first.
Okay, and as I was mentioning before we went on the air, I'm looking forward to seeing the competitors in the Coville Cup just because they're drivers we don't see very often, but Josh Miller is going to be here with Walk-Off Z-Tam, the 3-horse in race number 1.
And, you know, getting back to the Coville Cup momentarily, it's the type of thing, if you want to win this event, it's like trying to make a 5-foot putt under pressure. All these drivers, they know how to drive, but it's a mental game that day. You have to block out all the noise because there's a lot. There's a lot of hype. We've started already. The fans are intense that night. All eyes are on us, and all eyes are on those 8 guys. So it's the driver that can block all that out and go do what they do best, and that's go out and win races.
All right, so who do you like in race number 2?
Race number 2, I couldn't really pick one that I would cut in line to pet, other than maybe the 5 Wrangler Cash. Alain Martin has been on a tear recently. But the thing I want to caution fans on this one, it's easy to go down the page and see 8-5, Guy Gagnon, Lamentaire racing well, and the horse won 53 was second in 53 and 4. But the concern is that was off a half and 54 and 3/4 and 122 and 4. So the time is a little bit skewed by those fast fractions. So if you do see some value elsewhere, jump in. I like Wrangler Cash, but I don't think he's a lock.
Okay. Race number 3 starts at pick 3.
I have 2 in this one. I know I'm getting a driver change on the 6 race credit because Brasso is not here. He got delayed in Three Rivers today. Monty's Gone Marble had some brutal post position luck recently. So the fact that he gets an inside post for the first time in a while, and he's also dropping down in class where I think he's quite competitive. And Guy Gagnon has driven this one several times before, and I know he likes the horse. So I think that's a positive thought in Guy's mind anyway, heading to the gate.
Okay. Excuse me. I was actually in Laval, Quebec earlier today, not for anything racing related, but what I've been hearing is that the major highways through Montreal are very congested, so we might see some delays getting from Trois-Rivières to here. Race 4 is our preferred, and it is noted by the absence of the light speed.
For sure, that is an absolutely wide open race here in the 4th. And I really couldn't pick for or against one in here. I have one in here, number 2, Dylan's Bank. And actually, I think I've had this horse just over 2 years, and Guy Gagnon drove him the very first time that I raced him. He did win from behind. Guy Gagnon is not the type of driver you hand the lines to with instructions. You just hand him the lines and say, thanks for driving. And you let him do what he does because he's the leading driver. So there will be no instructions, obviously, to the King in the 4th race. I really don't know what he's going to do. One that I think is going to race better today for sure, though, is the one Shotgun Jerry. Came in a really long winning streak, and he was sitting at the rail at the half, and all of a sudden he was pulled to the outside. I looked a couple of times, but I wasn't sure if there was a reason why he pulled him out other than coming first over, or if he didn't like something, if the horse didn't make a perfect step, and that's why Pouliot brought him to the outside. I just don't know. But he's got the inside. He's going to be sitting 1-2 out of the gate. And I think Shotgun Jerry, I think he will ultimately be the choice. The 5 comes in, Aladdin, after winning 3 in a row, 3 in a row at Trois-Rivières. And this horse is blinding gate speed, so he may cut it, but Shotgun Jerry is going to be up close.
All right. Race number 5 is our trotting event today.
It was hard to go against number 5, Show Me the Magic. This one was good last few starts. Finished 3rd, perhaps disappointed some, but the Magic of Life is one we liked on the broadcast as well.
Yes.
So no shame in losing to him. He's a nice horse. I just couldn't see anyone that could topple him. Perhaps Duramax, the 2, and Charlie Bark would be the ones I'd go in behind Show Me the Magic with some modest opportunity to beat him.
All right. Race 6 starts at pick 4, and with 2-year-olds, it's not always the easiest race to try to extrapolate from past performances.
You might have to pronounce the name of the 5 for me, but
Sora Hanover is what I've got.
Sounds good to me, but I think that's the winner. Jeremy Marcotte comes in from Grand River after going in a sire stake most recently, and I think this one's the one to beat by far and away.
Okay. Race 7 starts at pick 3.
Another one going to be heavily backed is the 6, J-Port Lexus. This one moves into the Pouliot barn. The significance of that is this horse is going to be stabled on the grounds all week, doesn't have to ship. In addition to that, this horse was huge a week ago, making his Rideau Carleton debut. Was very impressed. He was well meant. He was well backed. He lost to Street Art, but Street Art got the jump on him. I think J-Port Lexus will pace 55, and some people may go to the one inside of him, so you might get a bit more value there just because you're up against a Mandy Archer student, but I'm going to stay with J-Port Lexus. I liked what I saw first time out.
So did I. Not bad for that appearance. Race 8 starts the pick 4.
Last week we both liked number 7, Smiling Billy the Kid, and he got the job done, raced very well. The fact that he's all the way out in post 7 made me look around for a bit of value. I went to the 4-time All Peacemaker. This stable knows how to win races, and Robert Shepard obviously knows how to win races. This is a better horse than what he showed his most recent. Got caught on the outside the whole mile. I think he's in for a good trip, and I think he is going to be a very tough horse to beat in the 8.
Okay, so we'll turn to race number 9.
Mission Bay, Mandy Archer. This one finds himself in a very nice spot. Sometimes everything lines up. This is an average group of competitors that don't have a lot of wins. We all know that when Archer takes over, they give a little bit of a bump. And with Guy Gagnon driving, Guy might already have 3 or 4 winners on the card, and he could be rolling by then. I think Mission Bay goes to the front and is long, long gone.
And I'm looking forward to hearing what you think about race number 10, because we've got a lot of good horses in here, Irresistible and Street Art. And so, yeah, Guy Gagnon may have a shot, but certainly no guarantees for anyone.
Well, it's funny because I happened to catch up with the driver, Sam Filion, who drove Irresistible last time out after the races. I said, we recommended you up and down for 2 or 3 minutes talking about how much you're going to win this race by, and you kept us in suspense till right to the end and won by about 3 inches. But he's a very comical young man, and he's a good guy, and he was laughing at me. He said, don't worry, John, I had it the whole way. I was never worried. But he's a funny horse. I've noticed a couple times he hangs around the 5/8, and he just lets them get away, even with Louis Philippe Bois driving when he was here. But he had so much left at the end, and I'm looking for Archer just sort of make this get a little bit better, and the confidence that's coming with each and every win, inside post position. Shepard, great driver once again, and he's got the rail. I think he's tough to beat in the 10th.
Okay, and on to our 11th and final.
The 11th and final, non-winners of 6,000 last 5. Number 1, Flash Cube, drops out of the preferred. I sound like a broken record, but there's Gagnon again. Hope he had a good sleep last night, because I think he's going to be spending a lot of time driving back to the winner's circle tonight after a lot of races. Number 2, Coligny Hanover. He's better than his program lines too. And Sam Filion's clever. He's going to want to stay as close as he can to Flash Cube, because he's driven Flash Cube on many an occasion. So I think Flash Cube at about maybe 3-2. Coligny Hanover, you're going to get maybe 4.5, 5-1 on him. But Coligny Hanover is a play, I think, definitely for the exotics, in my estimation, in the 11th.
All right, and Lancaster Bomber, the 3, comes in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Mandy Archer picks this one up. Robert Shepard has the drive. So this one's got a lot of factors in his favor, but sometimes horses take a while to adjust to this particular 5/8 milers. So Lancaster Bomber could very well be the favorite, but Coligny Hanover is competitive, and this is another race where there is no sure thing.
I'll tell you another thing, and I agree with your thinking on Lancaster Bomber for part of it, but when you get a setup like this, where the favorite is likely to be Flash Cube, likely to be on the front end, the pace is likely to be slow. So Guy might get the half in, say, 56-3. So if you are the 5, 6, 7, or 8 and you're sitting behind, you'd have to come a ridiculous back half to get the job done. So keying on the ones that have inside posts that'll be sticking as close as they can to Flash Cube are going to have the edge.
Okay, and that's it for the 11th race, for the 11 race card tonight. And again, don't forget, we've got a lot to look forward to in the next couple of weeks, which we'll talk about throughout the broadcast, but certainly the Coville Cup in 2 weeks is the one to look forward to. Thank you and good luck, et bonne chance à tous qui nous regardent d'un peu partout.
Driver change not previously announced in race 11, driving number 7, Thrilling Times, Jason Gilchrist. Jason Gilchrist on 7, Thrilling Times in race 11. It's the race 1 field coming out onto the racetrack. Pacers, non-winners of 25,000 lifetime or 3 races. 18,000 claimer for non-winners of 40,000 lifetime. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, daily double wagering. Here's the field number 1, Other People's Beer, Guy Gagnon driving for Michel Letarte, Jacob, and Jamie Copley, along with Max Webster Stable. Fanny Saul-Beaulieu, along with Philippe Trudeau, the owners, Ryan Guy driving 2 head of the table. Josh Miller driving number 3, walk-off Z-Tam for Scott Miller. Delco Dynamo 4, Stéphane Pouliot for Hélène Filion. Hal McVictor 5, Sam Filion for Limco Incorporated. That's your field for race 1 at 2 minutes until post time.
And hello again, everyone. Adam Monta with John McMillan. And John, we're seeing that the favorite here is the 2 head of the table, and we like this one at the beginning of the broadcast, and this one I think is ready to break that second-itis and get into the winner's circle.
I think so, Adam. Jean Beaulieu is a trainer who has been successful his entire career. He's been in the United States at Rideau Carleton. He was very dominant at Blue Bonnets many years ago. He runs a very good operation. He's on to something here with Ryan Guy. These two work very well together for Philippe Trudeau and Fanny Saul-Beaulieu. Head of the table, second 3 times consecutively heading into this one. And he's been up against some good ones. A well-meant winner in All-Star Cheddar most recently. That was a very good effort. I just don't see anybody beating head of the table here at odds of 3-5. Interesting, Adam, as you noted, Josh Miller's in this race.
Yes, Josh Miller, who will be competing in the Colville Cup in 2 weeks' time, is driving walk-off Z-Tam, picking up the drive after Pascal Bédubé had been driving this one. So we'll see what Josh Miller can do, and we'll see if the bridle change helps at all. But he's got 2 competitive foes to the inside of him, so this might be a good chance for Josh Miller to practice the tactics that he'll need to be competitive in the Colville Cup.
Absolutely. So it's good for our fans to get a look at Josh Miller. He actually won in the Colville Cup last time out on a horse for Guy Gagnon, who is racing later on tonight's program. So we'll make note of that when we get to it. I'll tell you one that I thought raced a little better than his program line, and that's number 4, Delco Dynamo recently. This was a bulky field against some good ones, and when you get a slow half, it's hard to come too much on the end of it. The shorter field, I think, will help Delco Dynamo, and I know 8-5 on the one, Other People's Beer, but I rate him roughly the same in behind head of the table here. I'm kind of confused as to who's going to cut the mile in the first, because perhaps Walk Off Zetam, 3 back, shows the front end, but a driver that's only driven once this year is not likely to cut a mile in my estimation. So it's going to be interesting right away tonight as the starter gets into position here. Who's going to cut this mile? So you never know with Guy Gagnon. He can make speed out of any horse, so maybe it's Other People's Beer, but I'm really not sure. The starter has called the Pacers. Couldn't possibly be better weather here in the nation's capital. Field moving in and lining up. Other People's Beer, Guy Gagnon. Head of the table, Ryan Guy. Walk Off Zetam, Josh Miller. Delco Dynamo, Stefan Pouliot. On the outside is Hal McVictor and Sam Filion. It's the race 1 field. Pacers into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're off and pacing on the inside. Other People's Beer is firing. So is head of the table, Ryan Guy, content to get into the 2-hole. On the outside, Delco Dynamo is third and moving up quickly. Further back to Walk Off Zetam, who's making it tough on head of the table. And the early trailer is Hal McVictor, very unsettled in a 5-horse field, moving off the turn. And here comes Delco Dynamo by the opening quarter of 27-2. Delco Dynamo. Here comes Other People's Beer, reclaiming after 3/8 of a mile. Head of the table is back to third. Then comes Walk Off Zetam. Hal McVictor is the unhurried trailer, 8 lengths off of the lead. Other People's Beer, Son of Art Speak, is on the lead. Sitting in the 2-hole, Delco Dynamo by the half of 57 seconds. Other People's Beer, a length and a half lead, heading towards 3/4. From second, Delco Dynamo. Head of the table is a fresh third, but now hemmed in at this point. Up on the outside comes Hal McVictor, and the trailer is Walk Off Zetam, picking up that second over cover on the way to 3/4. It's Other People's Beer on the lead, getting closer second, Hal McVictor by 3/4 of 126-2. Here comes Hal McVictor, sweeping from last to first and taking over from Other People's Beer in second. Delco Dynamo wants out as they turn at the top of the lane. Hal McVictor by 2 and pouring it on. Other People's Beer up the inside. Walk Off Zetam is moving nicely late. Too late for head of the table. Here comes Other People's Beer re-rallying against Hal McVictor. Hal McVictor holds on to win it in 1:55-2. 17-1 on the winner, 5 Hal McVictor. 1 Other People's Beer second, 3 Walk-Off Z-Tam third, 4 Delco Dynamo fourth, 5 1 3 4 your top 4 in race 1. Driver Sam Fillion very happy with how he's starting his evening with the longest shot on the board. Didn't intimidate him whatsoever with a bold move up the backstretch, clearing and winning by the narrowest of margin. We do have an inquiry against number 4 Delco Dynamo, possibility of leaving the racing strip. There's the winner of race 1. It's number 5 Hal McVictor, a 3-year-old son of All Bets Off, out of the Art Major mare Red Hot Hill, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Victor Putty. Brittany Smiley is the winning groom. The winning drive to Sam Fillion. Hal McVictor in 155 2/5, third win of the season. 27 2, 57, 126 2, the mile 155 2/5. Number 4, the Delco Dynamo, did go inside one pylon, did not gain an advantage, therefore no rules violation. 5 1 3 4 will be your superfecta in race 1. Race 1 is official. Hal McVictor, 36.80, 8:45.20. Other People's Beer, 240, 280. Walk-off Z-Tam, $4. 5-1 Exactor, 127.80. The Dollar Try, 303.45. The Dollar Super, 5134, 411.25. Other People's Beer second, Head of the Table fifth, Walk Off Z-Tam third, Delco Dynamo fourth, Hal McVictor the surprise winner. From the top down, 2-5-3-4-1.
Well, John, how about that? And props to Graham Mitchell, the Professor Frydock long shot. Actually was a long shot this time and cashed in at 17-1. And Graham, we're thinking of you, and we'll really hope you'll be able to make it in a couple of weeks for Colville Cup night.
Absolutely. Graham's been a big part of everything here at Rideau Carleton and mentoring me personally on the pre-race show over the years after all his experience at Blue Bonnets. And we're obviously close friends, and we talk every day, and we're excited to get Graham here 2 weeks from tonight, doing some handicapping on the Colville Cup. And what a great pick that was in the first. Kudos to Graham for that one. And the first race was kind of interesting because there was no clear-cut speed in the race. So maybe 2 or 3 drivers thought maybe I'm the speed of the speed and could make the front. So it made for a very interesting race in the first. So not sure you're going to get a bomb like that in the second race. So Adam, we turn the page to race 2, and what are you thinking here?
Well, I'm thinking probably one of the inside horses. Lucky Leonard might get off to a good trip. That one dropping down a little bit in class, but we've talked about a couple of these, Wrangler Cash, Stonebridge, Hermes. We thought Stonebridge Hermes had a tough assignment from post 9, equally tough assignment from post 7. So it's really difficult to be high on some of these. I'd like to see Prince Giovanni leave better. I'd like to see the kind of leave Prince Giovanni got 2 starts ago instead of the leave that he got last start, languishing at the back of the field. Maybe the post relief will help there. And I'm curious to see what William Roy does with the chairman, especially when we saw Josh Miller leave very alertly with walk-off Z-Tam. For a moment there, I thought he was going to close the hole around the first turn, but I'm really thinking that post is going to be a factor here.
It always is, and I see no clear-cut favorite in here. I've been up and down this program page. I could make a case for any of the 7 in here, and there might be too much speed up front. There was last week with the chairman. Who's going to be up close? I'm not really sure. That's a pretty nice improvement, 3 seconds on 4, Prince Giovanni in his most recent. He's a classy campaigner. He's got a record of 51, over $250,000 made. The slight concern is the same one I mentioned on the pre-show, the fact that he followed fast fractions. So these times are a bit hyped up because of those fast fractions, 3/4 and 22 and 4. This one is as wide open a race as I think you'll see on the entire program. Jacques Baudouin, he is a KG veteran. He has a good horse in here in 7, Stonebridge Hermes. I'm not sure if he's going to send from all the way out there in post 7, but if he picks up cover in the mid stages, look at his line 2 back. That was very legitimate. Parked the entire mile, still finished a good 4th, pacing in 54 and 1. He was up against Springbridge Jim. They went 51. I don't love him. I see the possibility at 10-1. Adam and I have some thoughts here, but nothing that I would cut in line to jump in and bet on here in the second.
Certainly not. There's nothing where you're in a going to be in a stampede to bet on any of these in particular, but I think that's what makes this part of the card interesting, because we'd mentioned in our pre-show about how we start the card with short fields and ramp our way up, but we have 7 viable horses in the second race, and then you jump over to the preferred. It's like, oh, it's a 5-horse field, not a lot of combinations. You're not going to get a lot of value there. Well, there is no standout. There is no free square in the 4th race in the preferred pace this week. So the pick 4, even though it's not bursting with full fields, you're still going to get value in that pick 4 wager, which starts in, realistically, about 5 minutes.
And Adam, one more thing I have to mention, we're showing the Worth Remembering piece after race 2. That's the one first ever Colville Cup race 15 years ago. Kyle Forgy was the winner for trainer Travis Morgan, so be sure to tune in for that. That was 15 years ago this year. Introducing the Race 2 Pacers on Post Parade, non-winners of $2,000 last 5. The purse $6,000, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering starts here in Race 2. Here's the field. 1 is the chairman. Sean Vino is the owner. The drive to William Waugh. Lucky Leonard 2, Sam Fillion for Carol Ann Mallow. Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated owns Clark Stacy Jr. driving number 3, Macho Phil. Danielle Bolil and Donald Jobin, the owners, Stefan Pouliot, driving 4, Prince Giovanni. Wrangler Cash, number 5, it's Guy Gagnon for Alain Martin. "88 Fingers Louis, number 6, it's Ryan Guy for co-owner Sharon Christie. "7 Stonebridge Hermes completing the field, Jacques Baudouin, the owner driver. That's your field for race 2 at 2 minutes until post time.
Well, John, I think the public has as much trouble deciding as we've had. One thing that you are observing is that there are 2 drivers in here that will be competing in the Colville Cup. We have William Roy on the 1, the chairman, and Clark Stacy on the 3, Macho Phil.
And now the camera is flashing to number 5, Wrangler Cash. Looks very good on the racetrack for Guy Gagnon. We alluded to the fact that Alain Martin is hot, no question about it. And what the public tends to do when they get indecisive is defer to the leading driver. So this horse is 3-2, now 8-5 on the board. But in reality, his actual probability to win is likely, in my estimation, probably 2.5-1. So you always take a little bit of a hit when you're betting the top driver. So when he's a little bit below what he should be, now 3-2, there's some value elsewhere, but we are searching for it on the board. And if you look at the win records on the horses in this race, 1 for 20, 1 for 12, 0 for 4, 0 for 5, 1 for 17, 2 for 13, and 3 for 18, you're betting a lot of horses that haven't won with regularity. My eyes keep coming back at that juicy 14-1 on number 7, Stonebridge Hermes. I know he's a better horse than many of these. I just hate that dreaded post position.
Yes, it is unfortunate that the two horses with at least palatable records, to put it that way, 88 Fingers Louis and Stonebridge Hermes, are the ones that are starting from the outside of the gate. I do keep getting back to some horses like Prince Giovanni, who went from being 4.5 lengths behind at the top of the stretch, just 2.25 behind that battle we saw last week where He's Got a Vendetta nipped Wrangler Cash at the wire. So that one at least can close into a tiring pace. And if some of these horses, whoever cuts the mile, ends up getting fatigued, you might see Prince Giovanni making his way onto the top of the ticket. Sam Filion might be able to do something with Lucky Leonard. You've seen that this is going to be the third new driver in as many drives. Lucky Leonard has had Marie-Claude Auger, Pascal Berube, and we'll see if Sam Filion can help Lucky Leonard move forward. So, and the public thinks so too, with Lucky Leonard and Macho Phil being among the top 3 favorites. Wrangler Cash, though, is a very vulnerable favorite, and they might be literally closing in from everywhere, horses to his inside and horses to his outside, threatening as the real racing begins.
I'd have to say, Adam, this would probably be the best race on the program to go against the handicappers, you and I. I think it's a very wide open affair here in the upcoming second race. The starter is called the field. It'll be De Chairman and William Waugh, Lucky Leonard, Sam Filion, Macho Phil, Clark Stacy, Prince Giovanni, Stéphane Pouliot, Wrangler Cash, Guy Gagnon, 88 Fingers Louis, Ryan Guy, Stonebridge Hermes gets Jacques Baudouin. It's the race 2 field. Pacers into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're often pacing down the center. Here comes Wrangler Cash. On the inside, De Chairman. Lucky Leonard is third away. Then comes Macho Phil, who's in fourth. Scooting up the inside for Prince Giovanni. Caught further back to Stonebridge Hermes, and the trailer is 88 Fingers Louis. As they spin off the turn towards the opening quarter, here comes Wrangler Cash by the opening quarter in 27 seconds. Wrangler Cash has been sent to the lead. De Chairman takes the 2-hole. Lucky Leonard is there in third. Macho Phil is in fourth. Prince Giovanni, the fifth one. Then comes 88 Fingers Louie, and Stonebridge Hermes going to have to do it from behind. And now setting things up, third out into the flow. Wrangler Cash shows the way. He leads by 2 lengths on the Chairman. By the half they go in 57 and 4. Nice rating of the fractions, 31 and 4 in the second quarter, and Wrangler Cash is on top by 2 towards 3/4. The Chairman is second in line. On the outside, Prince Giovanni is working up with 3/8 to go. Lucky Leonard is fourth and at the rail. 88 Fingers Louie out into the flow, saving ground up the inside has been Macho Phil. Stonebridge Hermes begins to pick it up out of the backfield. 3/4 in 126 on the inside. Wrangler Cash. Here comes Prince Giovanni. The Chairman is still in with a shot from third. And 88 Fingers Louie down the center from way back. Stonebridge Hermes coming for the payoff. On the inside, Wrangler Cash still driving as Prince Giovanni. 88 Fingers Louie. Here is the wire. Wrangler Cash is going to see it through. Finishing second, Prince Giovanni. 88 Fingers Louie third in 155 and 1. Number 5, Wrangler Cash, the winner. 4, Prince Giovanni second. 6, 88 Fingers Louie third. 3, Macho Phil, a driving fourth. 5, 4, 6, 3, your top 4 in race 2. That's Jennifer Filion, winning groom, out to catch the winner of race 2. Number 5, Wrangler Cash. A bay gelding 10-year-old by As Promised out of the Camistic mare W. Jean. Owned and trained by the Green Bay Packer, Alain Martin. Wrangler Cash with Guy Gagnon, the winning driver, second and 18 on the season. Tonight's mile, 155 and 1. 27, 57 and 4, 126. The mile, 155 and 1. It's official. Wrangler Cash, 510, 290, 230. Prince Giovanni, 370, 290. 88 Fingers Louis, 480. The exactor was 1610. The dollar try, 49.95. The superfecta, 529.50. In the third race, Richard Samard driving number 6, Ray's Credit. The daily double of 5 and 5, 130.90. And ladies and gentlemen, coming up in not too long, the first ever Coville Cup race on Worth Remembering. De Chairman 6th, Lucky Leonard 5th, Macho Phil 4th, Prince Giovanni 2nd, Wrangler Cash the winner. 88 Fingers Louis 3rd, Stonebridge Hermes 7th. From the top, 654-2137. $15 ago was the first ever battle for the coveted Coville Cup. Tonight on Worth Remembering, we're showing that first ever race won by Kyle Forgy driver for trainer Travis Morgan. Card Shark, we're matching strides early, and Sean Stacy pushes through for the early lead. There goes Red Leaf Cocktail now to get into the 2-hole. From widest of all, Outlaw Woman and Truman Gale make it a 3-wide start. Gemstar gets down to the cones along the inside. Then it's further back on the first turn to Zoe Nico. It's 2 more lengths to KW Golden Girl. Fernbank Marina trails early. The quarter is up in 27-4. Here they come past the grandstand the first time. Sean Stacy sets up shop on the front end with Holly Pop Haley. Following second, Red Leaf Cocktail for a perfect 2-hole Kyle Forgy ride. La Chance has Gemstar in third. 2 more to Balson in fourth with Exotic Card Shark, who angles off the cones. Truman Gale has a spot up the rail with Outlaw Woman in fifth. Gone to the outside from sixth, Zoe Nico picks it up second over. Anne-Marie Turenne picks up the chase with KW Golden Girl. And trailing the field, Fernbank Marina past a half of 57-4. Holly Pop Haley is fired up on the front end. Inside second, Red Leaf Cocktail is getting a dream trip. First up attacking, Exotic Card Shark, a closer third. Gemstar is on the bit from in fourth, but locked in at this stage. Zoe Nico with pace on the outside from fifth. Outlaw Woman is locked up tight next. Then it's KW Golden Girl with 5 to make up at 3/4 in 126-4. Fernbank Marina trails on the final turn. Here comes Red Leaf Cocktail. Kyle Forgy isn't waiting. He's pulled the pocket early. Red Leaf Cocktail is on to take the lead. Holly Pop Haley, the pace setter, is back to second. Third on the outside for Exotic Card Shark, coming for the payoff. Red Leaf Cocktail. Kyle Forgy made it look easy. Red Leaf Cocktail in 156 flat over Holly Pop Haley and Exotic Card Shark. Here they are.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch? No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play? enjoy all your favorite comfort foods without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
Introducing the Field on Post Parade for Race 3. Non-winners of $3,500 last 5, or $700 per start in 2023. The purse $6,800. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Richard Simard driving number 6, raise credit. Here's the field. Number 1, Monty's Gone Marble, Guy Gagnon driving for Jeff, Debbie, and April Murphy. Stardog 2, Ryan Guy, the owner driver. Jason Gilchrist, the owner, driver of 3 Real Rubies at Play. Instantaneous 4, Sam Filion for Limco Incorporated. Radley Hanover 5, Stefan Pouliot for Carol Ann Mallow. Elizabeth and Cap Adam, the owners. Richard Simard now driving number 6, raise credit. And that's your field for race 3 at 2 minutes until post time.
We said that the previous race was going to be a handicapping challenge, and then the top 2 favorites in order ended up being 1-2. This race is just as interesting in different ways, obviously, but we've got every horse in single-digit odds, and I was saying just before we went on the air, it's going to be as much a battle of trainers, with Victor Putty having won here, Carol Ann Madelow, and your horses at the bookends of the field.
Certainly, Adam. Number 1, Monty's Gone Marbles on your screen right now. He's dropping down in class after several brutal post positions. He did race Preferred Company 4 starts ago earlier in the month. I think he will likely close as the favorite. There's a couple others that I know of that I think sort of leave you wanting more. One of them being number 3, Real Rubies at Play, because you know this horse has lots to offer in the stretch, and you think he's going to just burst on past, but he sometimes hangs a little bit in deep stretch. He's only 1 for 24, so he's always dangerous, but as I mentioned, leaves you wanting more. The same can be said for number 6, Raise Credit. He picks up veteran Richard Simard in the absence of Stéphane Brassot. He was a good second to Tough Cooper in his most recent, but he always acts like he has a bit more to give than what he's offering. I see Instantaneous is down to 5-2, and as you alluded to, Adam, there's really nobody that's impossible here in the third.
Certainly, and I noticed also that Melissa Keith has her pick 4 ticket. She's alive to the 1, the 4, and the 2 in this one. Monty's Gone Marble, Instantaneous, and Real Rubies at Play. But certainly I wouldn't be surprised by a good showing by Raise Credit. This one just missed last time around to Tough Cooper. Certainly Monty's Gone Marble has a shot, and we'll just see. I certainly think that Monty's Gone Marble is the pick, and that's reflected in the odds here. So we'll leave it to you, John, for a last word, and good luck to everyone.
Thanks, Adam. If I had to guess, I'd say Guy Gagnon will be going forward with Monty's Gone Marble. Look at Stardog. 5 consecutive starts in the top 3. Ryan Guy has him in very, very good current form. I'd have to say Stardog will be up close, but I'm expecting aggressive handling from Guy Gagnon on Monty's Gone Marble. The starting gate is in position. The starter is called the field to the gate. It'll be Monty's Gone Marble with Guy Gagnon, Star Dog, Ryan Guy, Real Rubies at Play, Jason Gilchrist, Instantaneous gets Sam Filion, Radley Hanover, Stefan Pouliot. Ray's Credit is on the outside in this field of 6 with Richard Simard. Moving in and lining up. It's the race 3 field. Pacers are into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're often pacing. Monty's Gone Marble along the inside is out for the early lead. Up on the outside comes Instantaneous. Star Dog is at the rail third. Real Rubies at Play. Another 2 back to Radley Hanover. Ray's Credit is the early trailer as they swing off the turn towards that opening quarter. Here comes Instantaneous to take over from Monty's Gone Marble. Star Dog is back to third. Then it's Real Rubies at Play, Radley Hanover, and Ray's Credit. The quarter is up in 28-2. Here comes Monty's Gone Marble for the retake. Instantaneous is back to second. Star Dog is racing third. Real Rubies at Play, a fresh fourth. 2 more lengths to Radley Hanover, and out comes Ray's Credit, flushing some cover or attempting to out of the backfield. On the way to the half they go. Monty's Gone Marble is on a short lead. Instantaneous is second. By the half they go in 58-4. The fractions on the side of Monty's Gone Marble, but rushing up on the outside. Here comes an aggressive attack by Star Dog. And Star Dog has gone right on past Monty's Gone Marble for the lead. On the outside, Real Rubies at Play is back to third. Then the fourth one is Instantaneous. Up on the outside comes Ray's Credit, and the trailer is Radley Hanover. By 3/4 of 126-3, Star Dog is the leader. Up on the outside of the racetrack, getting closer is Real Rubies at Play. Monty's Gone Marble is back to third, and Gagnon is imploring him for all he's got, turning for home, and it's Star Dog, the leader, in deep stretch now. Star Dog and Ryan Guy pulling away here in the third to be the easiest of winners. Finishing second, Instantaneous. Monty's Gone Marble stayed third in 1:55. Number 2, Stardog, the winner. 4, Instantaneous, second. 1, Monty's Gone Marble, third. 3, Real Rubies at Play was fourth. 2, 4, 1, 3, your top 4 in the third. Here comes the winner of race 3, number 2, Stardog. He's a bay gelding, 7 years old by Sports Writer. Out of the 4 Stars Shark Mare, 4 Stars Horn Dog. Ryan Guy, the winning owner, trainer, and driver. Sharon Christie out into the winner's circle to catch this one. Stardog in 155, 28 and 2, 58 and 4, 126 and 3, the mile in 155 flat. Stardog and Flying Ryan on a roll here at Rideau Carleton. This one in the third. Race 3 is official. Stardog, 660, 340, 250. Instantaneous, 290, 230. Monty's Gone Marble, 230. The Exactor, 2090. The Dollar Try, 3010. And the Dollar Super, 5520. The fourth is the Preferred Pace, 2 driver changes. Pascal Berube drives 3. Day Delight. Driving number 5, Aladdin. Sam Filion. Monty's Gone Marble was third, Stardog the winner, Real Rubies at Play fourth, Instantaneous second, Radley Hanover fifth, Raise Credit sixth from the top, 314256.
And fans, we'd like to wish a happy 45th anniversary to Sharon and George from family, friends, and everyone at Rideau Carleton. And we hope you are enjoying your anniversary and maybe winning some anniversary cash. Adam Mata at the microphone. John McMillan will be back for race number 5. In the meantime, we've got the preferred pace coming up in a few minutes. Post parade coming out shortly. Race 4 is the preferred pace for a purse of $10,000. Noting once again the driver changes. Number 3, Day Delight, driven by Pascal Bérubé. The 5, Aladdin, Samuel Fillon. Number 1 is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a Quebec numbered company, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Two, Dylan's Bank. Guy Gagnon puts hands to reins for John McMillan. The 3 is Day Delight. Driver change to Pascal Bérubé. The trainer is Vic Putty, and the owners are Bill Maines, Lloyd Stone, Wayne McRae, and a numbered Canadian company. Four is I'm a Dude. Melanie Plot drives for Stéphane Pouliot, and the owners, a Quebec numbered company, Bruno Morin, and Denis Genois. The 5 is Aladdin. Driver change to Samuel Fillon. Maxime Velay is the trainer. The owner is Guy Corbeil. That is the field for race number 5. Quite a few options in here. Looking at Melissa Keith's selections, she's alive to the 2 and the 5 in this one, Dylan's Bank and Aladdin. We talked a bit about Dylan's Bank earlier on. Dylan's Bank trained by John McMillan. Looking to have this one ready to move forward off that effort, third place effort in the preferred last week. The favorite here, the even money favorite, is the 5 Aladdin, who comes to Rideau after dominating the preferred class at Trois-Rivières. So from downtown TR to the outskirts of Ottawa, we'll see if Aladdin can make that transition. Many of you also liking the 2 Dylan's Bank. That one's had his nibbles. Guy Gagnon picks up the drive this week, and as John McMillan said during the pre-show, you don't tell Guy Gagnon how to drive. You just hand him the reins and say, go to it. And it looks like Guy Gagnon will have Dylan's Bank in a good position to challenge Aladdin, especially from post 2 out of 5, post 5 here being assigned. And as we also mentioned during the pre-show, the light speed isn't in this one this week, so it is wide open. Aladdin getting a lot of the respect. 4 for 8 this year for Aladdin. Very strong winning percentage. But Shotgun Jerry is also doing well. 7 wins from 13 starts. This one moved up to the preferred class last week after racing in the class just below it. That one was parked for half the mile, as you can see on the chart lines, and still finished a respectable 4.5 lengths behind the light speed. On last week's broadcast, John and I observed that the field had finished within 5 lengths of each other, which is a testament to the rest of the field. The light speed was obviously his dominant self, but they weren't exactly strung out behind him. So in this field, anything is possible. The longest shot on the board is only 8-1. Now, of course, in a 5-horse field, you're not going to get huge odds on any of the competitors, but still, you have Day Delight, driver change here to Pascal Bérubé. And this one was the runner-up behind the light speed. Day Delight was in the preferred last out. The one we haven't talked about yet is I'm a Dude, who won the class just below this one and is now moving up. Melanie Plot taking a shot here for Stéphane Pouliot. 5 for 17 and 8 of 17 in the money overall. 5 wins and 17 starts, that is. So a lot of options here. Good luck if you're playing. We'll just say one other thing about race number 3. The winner was the second choice at 2-1. So we were talking about how there were a lot of options in this pick 4. So even though we're not exactly seeing bombs in the pick 4, you might still get a respectable payout at the end of this, depending on how things go in races 4 and 5. Starting gate is about to turn around, and we're about to get going for race number 4. Good luck with your selections. Le favori à côtes égales, numéro 5, Aladdin, pour Samuel Filion. Il y a 2 chevaux à 2 pour 1, soit le numéro 1, Shotgun Jerry, et le numéro 2, Dylan's Bank. Bonne chance à tous. Le juge de départ demande les ampleurs préférées. The starter calls the preferred pacers. The gate is rolling. La barrière est en mouvement. Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. Dylan's Bank, Guy Gagnon. Day Delight, Pascal Bérubé. I'm a Dude, Mélanie Plourde. On the far outside, at l'extérieur tout à fait, Aladdin, Samuel Filion. From the nation's capital, it's post time. C'est l'heure du départ à Ottawa. Field of 5 makes its way onto the backstretch. 5 ambleurs préférés se dirigent vers l'autre droit et vers le point de départ. They're approaching the start. Top-level quintet sent on their 1-mile journey. Celle départ, Aladdin, is fast to show from the outside. In between horses, entre les adversaires, Dylan's Bank et le long des cônes at the pylon. Shotgun Jerry, 3 de front, 3 across in the early going. Day Delight, 4th, 4e. I'm a Dude, content to trail early on. I'm a Dude, content du dernier rang. Heading up toward the opening quarter, and it's Dylan's Bank. Guy Gagnon for John McMillan, touching down at the quarter in 26 seconds flat. Un premier quart de rapide. Un premier quart de mille rapide en 26 secondes. Now, here comes Aladdin to take over the lead. Aladdin s'empare des devants. Dylan's Bank, second, deuxième. Shotgun Jerry, third, troisième. 3 lengths further back. 3 longueurs plus loin. Day Delight. I'm a Dude continue à l'arrière du peloton. I'm a Dude continues to trail. Aladdin has come up and made the lead for Samuel Filion in a half of 53 and 3. Un demi-mille en 5 en 3 et 3. Aladdin takes them up the backstretch. Just a tight length in front. They are all going very fast here. Aladdin mène un peloton rapide et un peloton qui mérite d'être dans cette préférée. A very deserving field here. Aladdin leads Dylan's Bank, who now comes to the outside. Dylan's Bank s'amène à l'extérieur. Shotgun Jerry shoots the gap. Shotgun Jerry, troisième, juste une longueur et demie derrière les meneurs. Day Delight and I'm a Dude round out the field. Day Delight et I'm a Dude ferment le cortège. 3 quarters, 1, 22 and 4. Ils ont franchi le poteau des 3 quarts de mille en 1, 22 et 4. And they are all within 2 lengths of each other at the top of the stretch. They're by 7/8 completion and home they come. On vient compléter. Et plusieurs ont des chances ici. Mais maintenant, Aladdin se distingue de ses adversaires. Aladdin has set himself apart from the competition and goes on to win. Serré pour la deuxième. Close for second. Day Delight et I'm a Dude. Shotgun Jerry, 4th, 4e. Dylan's Bank, 5th, 5e. Amine en 1,52 et 1. 1:52 and 1 for Aladdin. And as we wait for the results of the photo you saw in that stretch replay, just like last week, this week's preferred was very evenly matched, with the entire field just coming within a few lengths of each other. And tonight's mile is a very respectable 152-1. Aladdin has just demolished his own life's mark. A life's mark that was taken last year here at Rideau Carleton. Here's number 5, Aladdin. Bay gelding, 4 years old, by Shadow Play out of Éloge. Owned by Guy Corbeil of Mirabel, Quebec. Trained by Samuel Filion. That's his second. Rather driven to victory by Samuel Filion. For his second driving win of the evening, the trainer is Maxime Vellet. And fans, please note there is a dead heat for second. Dead heat for second between 3 Day Delight and 4 I'm a Dude. We'll get to the fractions. Those were 26 flat, 53 and 3, 122 and 4, the mile 152 and 1. Le gagnant provisoire de la 4e course, numéro 5, Aladdin. Propriété de Guy Corbeil, entraîné par Maxime Vellet, et c'est la deuxième victoire pour le conducteur Samuel Filion. Il y a aussi une égalité entre le numéro 3, Day Delight, et le 4, I'm a Dude, pour la deuxième place. 5 and a dead heat, 3 and 4. There will be multiple exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagers. There you see it. First, number 5, Aladdin, at 3-5. Second in a dead heat, number 3, Day Delight. And third in a dead heat, number 4, I'm a Dude, both at double-digit odds. Fourth, number 1, Shotgun Jerry, second choice at 2-1. And fifth was number 2, Dylan's Bank, joint second favorite, also at 2-1. On the broadcast, John and I have been talking about value if you don't like the favorite or if you think you're getting too short a price. Here you're getting value in the exotics. Now, of course, those payouts are going to be divided 2 ways because we have a dead heat for place, but you see that the horses who came at double-digit odds were the ones that came within a length of Aladdin, creating some value on those tickets. Congratulations all around. And that congratulations extends to those of you who are still alive in the first pick 4. That will probably come back at a short price. And congratulations to those of you who have started this pick 4 off with a win by backing number 5, Aladdin. Here are all the payouts. We'll get to the exotics $2 exactor of 5.3, $14.40. The 5.4 exactor pays $26.30. $1 triactor 5.3 and 4 pays $72.05. That's $14.40 if you had that for 20 cents. $1 triactor 5.4 and 3, $54.15. That's $10.83 if you have it for 20 cents. Superfecta of 5.341, $113.10. $22.60 for the 20-cent version. 5.4 and 1 pays $72.10. That's about $14.40 if you have it for 20 cents. Now the 5 Aladdin paid $3.30 to win, $2.40 to place, and $2.20 to show. 3-Day Delight, second in a dead heat, $3.80 and $4.50. 4 Imadude paid $3.90 and $3.40. If you have a physical ticket and you have any concerns, please check with a mutual clerk or one of the self-service machines.
Shotgun Jerry 4th, Dillon's Bank 5th, Day Delight 2nd in a dead heat, I'm a Dude 2nd in a dead heat. Aladdin was the winner. From the top, 4-5, 2-2-1.
It's a field of 6 for race number 5, our lone trotting event of the evening. And there are as many opinions as there are horses, John.
Certainly everyone's gravitating to the number 5, Show Me Some Magic. Shows a couple of seconds faster than his rivals in here, but I don't think it's as easy as 3 to 5. Certainly Show Me the Magic is the most probable winner in this field, but Charlie Barr and Duramax are both interesting. Charlie Barr, race preferred way back in June, has an inside post position and some gate speed to work with. So if Guy decides to go to the lead with Show Me the Magic, perhaps Charlie Barr could be in for a nice 2-hole trip. This one a 4-time winner from 19 and did win in 55 and 4 over Pocono earlier in the year. So I think that Charlie Barr is the potential upset at 4 to 1. Number 2, Duramax. I actually spoke with Robbie Robinson after his most recent, and he lacked racing room on the final turn. He felt that he did have some horse, and he's been consistent all year for trainer Steve LaRue, so I'm quite certain Robbie will be up into the top 3, and Duramax is a key player in here as well.
I agree with Duramax being a key player, and Show Me Some Magic is a deserving favorite, but a vulnerable favorite. This one has to be able to make the lead and sustain the lead, and we've seen those last quarters, or at least those stretch drives, not always encouraging. One thing I'm curious to see is how Moscow Moon does today. That one had started up from the 7-hole and pretty much had a tall task ahead of him, ending up 5th in a dead heat last time around. This one is getting 6 to 1 attention right now, so mid-price, and we'll see if Samuel Fillon, who already has those 2 wins today, can get something done with this one.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but this could be the first action tonight for driver Jimmy Gagnon. So he could be hungry to get at them out of the starting gate too. Amigo Mio can leave. In his most recent, he had post position 9, so no chance to leave from back there. But he was still very good, finishing 4th, trotting in 57 and 1. The start before that, just beaten in 56 and 2. So his form is good. I can forgive him for the 4th instead of an on-the-board finish in his most recent, and you're getting 4 to 1 on him. I don't think it's anywhere near as simple as that 1 to 2 offering on number 5, Show Me the Magic. I think this one could be much more highly contested than that.
I agree, and as we watch for them to come out, we mentioned Duramax earlier, and I noticed that Professor Frydock and Melissa Keith, who goes by the Triactor on Twitter, both have the 5 and the 2 in their selections. So in my notes, just because I'm scrambling to copy them down off the TV, I look for the Fry and the Try. Whichever one of those 2 selectors, handicappers you like. A lot of us are thinking, hey, don't count out Duramax, even though he's not getting that much attention right now at 12 to 1.
It's the race 5 field. Crotters coming out onto the racetrack, non-winners of $37,500 lifetime. $3,500 last 5. It's an optional 18,000 claimer. The purse 7,400 exactor, triactor, pick 5, and high 5 wagering. Charlie Bar number 1, Pierre Beauvais for Nicole Beauvais-Gertner and Marc Camiron. Duramax 2, Robbie Robinson for Steve Leroux. Number 3 is Moscow Moon, Sam Filion for Mario Brochu. Jimmy Gagnon drives 4 Amigo Mio for Wade and Philip Tousinon. Louis Latulippe shares ownership with driver Guy Gagnon on 5 Show Me the Magic. More magic in 6 Check the Magic, Ted McDonald for Julie Ferguson and Lloyd Stone. That's your field for race 5 at 2 minutes until post time. 1 minute to post time. The starter is called the Trotters. It'll be Charlie Barr, Pierre Beauvais, Nuramax, Robbie Robinson, Moscow Moon, Sam Filion, Amigo Mio, Jimmy Gagnon, Show Me the Magic, Guy Gagnon. On the outside, Check the Magic and Ted McDonald. Trotters for race 5 into the backstretch. They're approaching the start. They're off and trotting. There goes Duramax, striding right out to the early lead. Charlie Barr gets into the 2-hole. Here comes Amigo Mio ranging up from 3rd. Then the 4th one, Moscow Moon. Show Me the Magic has been taken in hand along with Check the Magic, the early trailer. Duramax is on the lead. Charlie Barr gets that coveted 2-hole ride. The quarter is up in 27-4. Duramax on the lead for the Rocket. Charlie Barr sits 2nd. Racing 3rd, Amigo Mio. Then from 4th, Moscow Moon. Show Me Some Magic has plenty to do. As they approach the bell lap, Check the Magic is the trailer. Duramax is striding out to a comfortable looking lead. Charlie Barr, a bang up 2nd. Amigo Mio, a fresh 3rd. By the half of 58 seconds, on the outside 4th, working out of the backfield is Show Me the Magic. Ahead of Moscow Moon, and up the inside, Check the Magic. Towards 3/4 they go. On a 2-length lead, it's Duramax from 2nd. Charlie Barr looks live in the pocket. To the outside comes Show Me the Magic, needing to do more. Amigo Mio further back. Then comes Moscow Moon and Check the Magic, 3/4, 126-4. Duramax is trying to go all the way on the lead. Up on the outside, Show Me the Magic is inching in. Charlie Barr looks very lively in the pocket with 1/8 of a mile to go. Now here comes Show Me Some Magic. Show Me the Magic has taken over in deep stretch. Up the inside, Charlie Barr is charging. Here is the wire. Show Me the Magic in front. Charlie Barr 2nd, Duramax 3rd in 156-4. 51246, your high five numbers in race 5. Here comes the winner of race 5, number 5, Show Me the Magic. A bay gelding, 8 years old, by Donato Hanover. Out of the Cantab Hall mare, Superstar Hanover. Louis Latulippe shares ownership with winning trainer driver Guy Gagnon. Show Me the Magic in 156 and 4. 27 and 4, 58, 126 and 4. The mile 156 and 4/5. It's official. Show Me the Magic, 250, 210, 210. Charlie Barr, 380, 250. Duramax, 230. The Exactor, 5-1. 1170. The Dollar Try, 1650. 3 of 3 in the pick 3, 1665. 20-cent pick 4, 858. The high 5 was $19.54. Charlie Bar second, Duramax third, Moscow Moon sixth, Amigo Mio fourth, Show Me the Magic the winner, Check the Magic fifth. From the top, 236415.
Race 6 is a field of 8 2-year-olds, and John, you have an opinion on some of them.
Number 5, Searat Hanover, would be my top choice in here. This trainer, Jeremy Marcotte's been doing good things, and this horse was trending upward when he left Rideau Carleton on August the 6th after a good third, paced in 157.3, last quarter 29. He went to Grand River to race in an Ontario Sire stake against a very tough group of horses, but with post 7 on top of that. He still paced in 58.3, and this horse was a long way from home, and that can be a challenging task for just a 2-year-old. 5 or 6 hours from home, everything's different. Now he's back on his home turf, or I think he's going to put in a big one for Pascal Berube. The one just inside of him, DA Captain Obvious, comes in off of 2 qualifiers. And from my experience, I find that Guy Gagnon tends to test them out in qualification and go close to what they're up to at this point. That's just Guy's competitive nature. So given that he finished third in that qualifier, leads me to believe that he needs a bit more seasoning. I know he's had a couple of weeks since that qualifier, so he's probably improved some since then, but I'm ready to watch him one more time before I recommend him against the 5, who I think is going to be a big winner here.
Hard to argue with that, John. The 5, Soda Hanover, went to Grand River. That wasn't a great outing, as you mentioned. So many variables against him, far from home on a half-mile track. Maybe as Grand River expands to 5/8, that might be less of a distinction, but at any event, starting from post 7 among grassroots quality horses, when that's a big step up for this one, of course that one wasn't going to do well, but Pascal Berube is ready to bring this one, give this one a good outing back here at Rideau. And yeah, as you mentioned, DA Captain Obvious, to qualify in under 2 minutes is a big ask, and we'll see if this one, what this one has left to bring. We've mentioned the Colville Cup. Claude Larose is going to be among those driving, and I liked Lodi Marchandise's outing back on August 17th. I watched that one virtually, and yeah, this one had good moves and closed in very quickly on Bad Apple and Kenogami Heart. Again, this is a different bunch, and it's going to be hard to see how that one stacks up with these. And of course, you can't count out All-Star Ballerina Guy Gagnon from the rail. That one had some traffic trouble last time around, and we'll see what comes out of this event.
Thanks, Adam. And talking about Claude Larose, 2-time second place finisher in the Colville Cup. I'm shocked at this one going off at 20-1, likely to come down because, as you alluded to, she definitely put in a nice effort in her most recent.
Thanks, John. Post parade coming out shortly. A field of 8 2-year-olds, non-winners of $5,000 lifetime. For a purse of $5,000, rather $5,800. That is the purse. No changes in races 6 through 8. Race 6 starts the pick 4. Races 6 through 9. Here's the field. Number 1, All-Star Ballerina. Guy Gagnon drives for Mandy Archer and Jamie Copley and Ottawa Bob Racing Stable. Two, Watch a Strike's Fame. Stéphane Pouliot, Conditions and Pilots. 4, a Quebec number company, Daniel Bellil, Donald Jobin. 3 is Lottie Marchandise. Claude Darroze puts hands to reins for Katia Leclerc. Here's the 4, DA Captain Obvious. Robert Shepard in the bike for Mandy Archer and Jamie Copley with Darren Tingley. 5 is Sora Hanover. Pascal Berube for Jeremy Marcotte. Fillies fill in the final 3 posts. One of those is the 7, Leaving with a Smile. Driven by Robbie Robinson for Gavin Christie, who co-owns with William Beecham. Here is the 8, Carly Lane, also trained and owned by Jeremy Marcotte. Jacques Baudouin drives. And here's the 6, Gentrify. Sam Philly on a board for Mike Armstrong and Salzbrook Stables. That's the field. They'll be going to the gate shortly. Starter calls the field to the gate. One last chance to wager on the pick 4 and Superfecta. You heard John McMillan talk about the 5 Sora Hanover, very deserving favorite at 8-5. 2 Watch It Strike's Fame, second choice at 7-2. Now 6 Gentrify. The 6 Gentrify is a 3-1 second choice. Race 6 has a full field of 8. All-Star Ballerina, Guy Gagnon, Watch It Strike's Fame, Stéphane Pouliot, Laurie Marchandise, Claude Darroze, D.A. Captain Obvious, Robert Shepard, Sora Hanover, Pascal Bédubé, Gentrify, Samuel Filion, Leaving with a Smile, Robbie Robinson, Carly Lane, Jacques Baudouin, and it's 6th race post time. Field of 8, 5 fillies, 3 colts. 2-year-olds are on their way. Sora Hanover, no surprise there, leaving quickly, leaving with a smile from the outside. That one is looking for the lead at long odds. All-Star Ballerina got away just in behind the top pair, and also from the far outside is Carly Lane, who tucks into the 4-hole as they race into the first turn. Laurie Marchandise gets away in 5th at about 8 lengths off the lead. D.A. Captain Obvious is parked to the opening quarter. Watch It Strike's Fame second from last, and Gentrify is the early trailer. 28-4, the opening fraction, and now they come by the grandstand with Leaving with a Smile on a mission in front by 2. The favorite, Sora Hanover, is a close pocket sitter. All-Star Ballerina, nose to helmet in 3rd, 2.5 off the lead, and 2.5 in front of Carly Lane. Laurie Marchandise now comes to the outside with about 6 lengths to make up. D.A. Captain Obvious is next. Then Watch It Strike's Fame and Gentrify as the field makes its way towards the half. They got there in 1 minute and 2/5, 31-3 in the second quarter. All-Star Ballerina has now come alongside, Leaving with a Smile to grab the lead. Laurie Marchandise has suddenly come into it second over and has now taken over 3rd from Sora Hanover, who's got 4 lengths to make up. It's a gap of 3 back to Carly Lane. D.A. Captain Obvious is not advancing from that outside trip. Watch It Strike's Fame is second from last. Gentrify has been last throughout. They picked it up. 3 quarters, 1:29-2. 29 seconds even in the third quarter, and Laurie Marchandise is now drawn alongside All-Star Ballerina, and Sora Hanover is ready to roll from second over. They're by 7/8 completion, and home they come. Laurie Marchandise has made the lead, but now has to deal with Sora Hanover, who comes on past. Leaving with a Smile's not done. Leaving with a Smile blasts through on the inside to take it at 33-1. Watch It Strike's Fame up for second at 5-1. And Gentrify third at 10-1. Boxcars all around in the 6th in 1:59-2. On the board, 7, 2, 6, and 5. First, number 7, Leaving with a Smile, 30-1. Second, number 2, Watch It Strike's Fame, 5-1. third, number 6, Gentrify, 10-1. And fourth, number 5, Sora Hanover, the 1-5 favorite. Au tableau, 7-2-6-5. 7-2-6-5. Le gagnant numéro 7, Leaving with a Smile à 30 pour 1. Le favori à 1 pour 5, Sora Hanover, quatrième. Number 7, Leaving with a Smile, is the upset winner of tonight's 6th at Rideau. First win in 2 lifetime starts. Leaving with a Smile is a 2-year-old Shadow Play Bay filly out of NF Salsa. Trainer Gavin Christie co-owns with William Beecham the winning driver Robbie Robinson. 28-4, a minute and 2/5. 129-2, the mile 159-2 becomes the life's mark for Leaving with a Smile. That's official. 7-2, 6 and 5. C'est officiel. 7-2, 6 et 5. Leaving with a Smile pays $69.20 to win, $22.50 to place, and $8.90 to show. 2, Watch a Strike's Fame, 5, 10, and $3.30. 6, Gentrify pays $8.10 to show. The $2 exactor of 7 and 2, $364.40. The $1 triactor of 7, 2, and 6, $2,683.25. $536.65 if you have it for 20 cents. If you cashed any ticket on this race, you'll be leaving with a smile tonight. Here's how they finished in the 6th. All-Star Ballerina was 6th. Watch a Strike's Fame was 2nd. Laurie Marchandise 5th. DA Captain Obvious 8th. Soda Hanover 4th. Gentrify 3rd. Leaving it with a smile, the winner, Carly Lane 7th. 625-843-17.
It's the 7th race field. Pacers coming out onto the track. Non-winners of 5,500 or one race lifetime. The purse 5,800 exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. Light the Torch is number 1, Jacques Baudouin, the owner-driver. Beach Roller 2, Ryan Guy for Fanny Saul-Beaulieu and Philippe Trudeau. Archfire 3, Sam Filion for Stéphane Gagnon. Catch the Spark 4, Robert Shepard for a numbered Canadian corporation, Victor Putty and Michael Horwood. Lulu, a Mary 5, Guy Gagnon for John Hopkins. J-Port Lexus, number 6, Stéphane Pouliot for Jean-Francois Reed. Peaches and Whiskey, number 7, Robbie Robinson for Steve Norris. With the dreaded 8-hole is number 8, Midnight Maddie. Jamie and Crystal Johnston are the owners. Pascal Berube drives. Completing the field, number 9, Plaisir, it's Jimmy Gagnon for Stéphane Gagnon. That's your field for race 7 at 2 minutes to post time. Six to 5 is the 5, Lulu Ameri. 5 to 2 on J-Port Lexus and Stéphane Pouliot. Beach Roller, third choice. Another one from the red hot Jean Beaulieu barn. The starter is called the field. Light the Torch, Jacques Baudouin. Beach Roller, Ryan Guy. Arts Fire, Sam Filion. Catch the Spark, Robert Shepard. Lulu Ameri, Guy Gagnon, J-Port Lexus, Stéphane Pouliot. Peaches and Whiskey, Robbie Robinson. Midnight Maddie, it's Pascal Berube. Plaisir is in the second tier with Jimmy Gagnon. Field for race 7 into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're often pacing on the inside. Light the Torch is out quickly down the center. Here comes Lulu, Ameri, and Guy Gagnon to the early lead. Plaisir is through to be in third. Then it's Beach Roller fourth away. Catch the Spark further back. It's another few more lengths to Arts Fire. 3 more to J-Port Lexless, who's in a deep hole early as they stride off the turn. Midnight Maddie is further back in the field. The trailer is Peaches and Whiskey, 28 and 3, quarter time. Advantage, Lulu, Ameri for Gagnon by 2. Light the Torch is from second. Plaisir is third in line. Beach Rollers in fourth. Another 2 catch the Spark. Here comes J-Port Lexus with lots to do and just over half a mile to do so. Saving ground up the inside to Arts Fire. Further back in the field, Midnight Maddie. The trailer is Peaches and Whiskey by the half in 58 and 4. Lulu, Ameri striding right along, looking powerful out front by 2.5 on Light the Torch. Working hard as J-Port Lexless out of the backfield, making it up to third, ahead of Plaisir in fourth. Beach Roller is in fifth. On the outside comes Arts Fire, saving all the ground, catch the Spark. Then it's Midnight Maddie and Peaches and Whiskey. 3/4 of a mile in 1:27 and 3. They're on the final turn. It's all Lulu, Ameri by 2. Gagnon doesn't look concerned. Light the Torch is from second with 1/8 of a mile to go. Lulu, Ameri with the lead. Up the inside, here comes Light the Torch charging. Lulu, Ameri, and Guy Gagnon going to hold on to win it. Light the Torch stayed for second. Long shot Plaisir third in 1:57 and 3. At 2 to 5, 5, Lulu Ameri was the winner. 1, Light the Torch, a good second at 21 to 1. At 50 to 1, 9, Plaisir was third. 2, Beach Roller was fourth. Here comes the winner of race 7. Number 5, Lulu Ameri. A bay gelding, 3 years old, by American Ideal, out of the Sweet Lou mare, Sweet Lulu. Debuting for John Hopkins and Mandy Archer. Third winner on the program for Guy Gagnon, Lulu Ameri in 157 and 3. 28 and 3, 58 and 4, 127 and 3, the mile 157, 3/5. It's official. Lulu Ameri, 290, 280, 320. Light the Torch, 660, 720. Plaisir, 790. The Exactor, 39.90. The Try, 370.25. The Super was 1,654.70. Dollar pick 4, 404, 510, and a nickel. Light the Torch was second, Beach Roller fourth, Arts Fire was eighth, Catch the Spark sixth, Lulu Ameri the winner. J Port Lexus fifth, Beaches and Whiskey ninth, Midnight Maddie seventh, Plaisir was third. From the top, 248 615 973.
Well, that was a very interesting 7th race, and Lulu Ameri managed to get the win. We move on to race number 8 rather. It's a field of 7. And before on our pre-show, we were starting to talk about Smiling Billy the Kid. And right now, Smiling Billy the Kid is the favorite. What jumped out at me is that a few of these were taking money, Western Phil, the 5 among them. And just while the replay was being shown, Smiling Billy the Kid dropped from 4-1 to 9-5. This one's got every chance, although that 7-hole being the lone $12,000 claimer is going to be a bit of a challenge to surmount. And with all the things we've seen tonight, it's really hard to tell how a race will play out, John.
It has been a very interesting night so far. Smiling Billy the Kid is the now horse. His form is very good. He's trying very hard at the end of the mile. Last quarter's in 28-4 in 3 of his last 4. He got up to beat a similar field a week ago. I certainly like him, but I'm looking at number 4, Time All Peacemaker, as my top choice. I like the fact that he moves closer to the rail. 2 back, he showed he can leave. Went to the lead, cut the mile, and won. Should be in for a good trip from here. He's a 4-time winner from 20 on the season. He's already won in 53 and 3. You're getting 5-2 on him. I prefer him simply because of the post position tonight. Number 1, Always Your Way. Jamie Johnson's stock has been racing very well. It's a little bit tough on him because he is a legitimate 85 claimer racing against horses with upward of 12,000 in value. But he does have the benefit of the inside post position. Jimmy Gagnon will likely be aggressive once again because that strategy worked for him a week ago, earning him a good second to Smiling Billy the Kid. So you have to decide, is the 1 versus the 7 enough for the 1, Always Your Way, to make up 1 length on number 7, Smiling Billy the Kid? That was the final deficit a week ago.
Yes, it adds a bit of intrigue because we're seeing, obviously this is a claiming handicap, but there's really not that much to separate the horses that were entered for the lowest tag of $8,500 from the $10,500 tags that make up the meat of the field, and Smiling Billy the Kid at $12,000. And I agree with your assessment, John, that Time All Peacemaker could very well be the one to beat, as we saw that one win 2 starts ago, and that one has a good post. Now, that one had Bob McClure when he was here, among other drivers from the Woodbine Mohawk Park circuit for OSS night, but still, that takes nothing away from Time All Peacemaker, who struggled with the post when entered for the $12,000 tag last week. And Time All Peacemaker is sure to come back in a big way. And Always Your Way is going to figure on the ticket as well. Roadrunner Colony is a bit intriguing, and on a night like this, when there have been surprises, nothing would surprise either of us at this point. And Roadrunner Colony made a tepid bid in his last start at Kawartha and ended up fizzling out quickly. So that one could sneak its way back onto the bottom of the Superfecta ticket. But we're really looking at Time All Peacemaker, Western Phil, Smiling Billy the Kid, and Always Your Way as the 4 contenders in here.
It's the 8th race field on parade, $8,500 to $12,000 claiming handicap. The purse, $6,300. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, pick 4 wagering, starting in the 8th. Number 1 is Always Your Way. Jamie and Sonia Johnston are the owners. Jimmy Gagnon driving. Gilbert Mercier is the owner driver of number 2, Roadrunner Colony. Officer Jones 3, Sam Fillion for Limco Incorporated. Luc Loyer, the owner, Robert Shepard driving for Time All Peacemaker. Number 5 is Western Phil with Guy Gagnon for Pascal Fleury. Robbie Robinson looking to deliver on another long shot. Assassin's Creed the 6 for owner Pierre-Marc Longpre. Last week's winner at this level is number 7, Smiling Billy the Kid, Pascal Berube for Benoit Hébert. That's your field for race 8 at 2 minutes until post time. Starting the final pick 4 on the program. It'll be Always Your Way, Jimmy Gagnon, Roadrunner Colony, Gilbert Mercier, Officer Jones, Sam Filion, Time All Peacemaker, Robert Shepard, Western Phil Gagnon, Assassin's Creed, Robbie Robinson, Smiling Billy the Kid on the outside, with Pascal Berube. Gagnon looking for his fourth. Sam Filion looking for his third here in the 8th race. They're at the start. And they're off. There goes Western Phil. He wants the lead, going to get there very quickly. Time All Peacemaker wants into the 2-hole, but Always Your Way is already there. 3 wide in the early stages comes Smiling Billy the Kid. He's in a world of hurt. Up the inside comes Roadrunner Colony. About 2 more back to Officer Jones. 3 to the trailer, Assassin's Creed. They're off the turn to the opening quarter in 27-1. They come in front of the grandstand. Western Phil on the lead at 4-5. Sitting in the pocket, Always Your Way. Racing third is a fresh Time All Peacemaker. Roadrunner Colony is in fourth. Here comes Smiling Billy the Kid first over, followed out of there by Officer Jones. Assassin's Creed can see them all. It is only 8 lengths off of the front end speed. That's being dictated by the classy veteran Western Phil at the half of 57-3. Western Phil shows the way towards 3/4. Smiling Billy the Kid grinding away second on the outside. Always Your Way is getting a great trip at the rail third. Time All Peacemaker needs a way through from fourth. Outside of him, Officer Jones. Roadrunner Colony has one beaten. That's Assassin's Creed. And it's still Western Phil. Looks strong on the front end by 3/4 of 126. Western Phil trying to get away, opens up 2 now. Smiling Billy the Kid doesn't have enough, or so it seems. Always Your Way still in with a shot. Time All Peacemaker there as well. Western Phil trying to see it through. Leads by 2.5. Right down tight to the cones. On the outside, Always Your Way. Here's the wire. Western Phil wins it. Always Your Way, and Time All Peacemaker, 150, 4-4. We do have an inquiry regarding number 7, Smiling Billy the Kid. Possibility of a breaking rule violation. Please hold all tickets. Five, Western Phil the winner. 1, Always Your Way second. 4, Time All Peacemaker third. 7, Smiling Billy the Kid fourth. 7, subject of the inquiry. Into the winner's circle returns the winner of the 8th race. Number 5, Western Phil, a 9-year-old by Sports Writer out of the Matt Scooter mare Matter of Style, owned by Pascal Fleury, trained and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. That is Guy's 4th winner already on the program. Western Phil 154 and 4, 27 and 1, 57 and 3, 126. The mile 154 and 4. Inquiry regarding number 7, Smiling Billy the Kid, possibility of a braking rule violation. Number 7, Smiling Billy the Kid, did not violate the braking rule, therefore finished 4th and will remain 4th on the bottom end of the Super. 5-1-4-7, your top 4 in race 8. Western Phil 390, 270, 210. Always Your Way 470, 280. Time All Peacemaker 280. The exactor was 1570. The dollar try 2735. The dollar super 5690. Always Your Way second, Road Runner Colony fifth, Officer Jones sixth, Time All Peacemaker third, Western Phil the winner. Assassin's Creed seventh, Smiling Billy the Kid was fourth. From the top, 256-3174. Seven, Smiling Billy the Kid, claimed for $12,000 by trainer Emile Toth for new owner Michel Lavoie.
We're on to race number 9, starting the final pick 3 of the day. And John, it's hard to argue with number 5, Mission Bay.
Mission Bay at 1-2, racing $18,000 claimers. And this one came from a good stable, so there's nothing to really look at there. In fact, this stable sent out Emmett's buddy last night at Woodbine Mohawk Park for a win in 149, Mike Kritanowski, known as Stretch, I'm told. So it's basically a lateral change in that regard. However, the class is everything here. He's been racing 18,000 claimers, and I think he should overpower this field. The interesting thing, 0 for 29 last year, 0 for 14 this year, but he hasn't faced this group of horses, basically looking off his program lines. His last couple weren't too bad. Those are good horses he faced. I'm not sure Guy Gagnon's strategy here in looking for his 5th winner on the program, but whether he's on the lead, if he chooses to go forward or comes first over, I think he can just overpower these.
And I can certainly see why. Looking at these past lines, this is pretty much Mission Bay's time, dropping down to a class that is more to his level. He's been racing against some very tough classes. So have a couple of others in here, but it's really going to come down to Mission Bay and the class drop top-notch connections. And looks like Guy Gagnon is going to get a 5th one. Money coming in on the 6th Whistler, who has also been racing in a higher class, was parked out in the last at Kawartha for John Thompson. Robbie Robinson gets this one here, and it looks like it could be a very short-priced exactor.
Introducing the Field On Post Parade for Race 9. Non-winners of $250 per start in their last 10. It's an optional $8,500 claimer for non-winners of $27.50 last 5. The purse $5,200. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Bridle change on the 2. Here's the field. Late Night Dealer 1, Jimmy Gagnon for Stéphane Gagnon. Red Cape Party 2, Richard Simard, the owner-driver. John Snow 3, Pascal Berube for owner Rachel Burns. Tahuya Brew, number 4, Sam Filion for Limco Incorporated. Mission Bay driver Guy Gagnon looking for his 5th on the program for Jamie Copley and Mark Smith. Number 6 is Whistler, Robbie Robinson. For William Beecham and Gavin Christie. Coville Cup competitor William Waugh, driving 7, Rock and Roll Nation for Michel Grenier. Philippe Trudeau, driving number 8, Uber Hanover for co-owners Fanny Saul-Beaulieu and Isabelle Labbe. That's your field for race 9 at 2 minutes to post. On the advice of the track veterinarian, we have a late scratch of number 5, Mission Bay. Complete parimutuel refund on all tickets purchased involving number 5, Mission Bay, a late vet scratch. Number 5, Mission Bay, will be taking off the board shortly. Late vet scratch. Driver of the 4, Tahuya Brew, Sam Filion looking for his 3rd on the program. Robbie Robinson and Gavin Christie looking for their 2nd. Longtime horseman Marty Dolson watching the Rideau Carleton program tonight. Hope you're having a great summer. Glad you are along with us. The starter is called the field. Moving in and lining up will be late night dealer Jimmy Gagnon. Red Cape Party, Richard Simard. John Snow, Pascal Berube. Tahuya Brew. With 3 winners on the year, Sam Filion drives. Then it's Whistler, Robbie Robinson at 6-5. Rock and Roll Nation, William Waugh. On the outside, Uber Hanover, Philippe Trudeau. It's the 9th race field, pacers into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're often pacing. John Snow, fleet of foot, looks for the early lead. Late night dealer along the inside. Red Cape Party is 3rd away. Then it is Whistler who's 4th. Another 2 back to Tahuya Brew. Next is Rock and Roll Nation. Uber Hanover, the early trailer. They're single file off the turn towards the opening quarter. Late night dealer has the lead over John Snow in 27-3. Jimmy Gagnon, late night dealer by 2 lengths. Tracking second, Tahuya Brew. John Snow is in the pocket second. At the rail, Red Cape Party. To the outside, here comes Whistler first over. Tahuya Brew is second over in 5th. 3rd out to Rock and Roll Nation. And Philippe Trudeau is saving all the ground up the inside. On the way to the half they go. Marching it off on the lead is Late Night Dealer at the half in 58 seconds. Late Night Dealer by 2 towards 3/4. Second along the inside is John Snow. Whistler has come first over with 3/8 to go. Up the inside is Red Cape Party. Second over, looming large and dangerous, is Tahuya Brew. Then it's Uber Hanover looking for a way out. And Rock and Roll Nation, only 5 to make up on the leader. 3/4, 126-4. Late Night Dealer, still the target. Second on the outside is Whistler. Right there, 3rd for John Snow. The backfield is in motion now with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Jimmy Gagnon all over Late Night Dealer, trying to get him home. On the outside, Whistler way out wide, mowing them down. Widest of all, here comes Rock and Roll Nation to score for William Waugh in 156-2. We do have an inquiry into the 9th race regarding a possibility of a breaking rule violation by number 3, John Snow. Please hold all tickets. Seven, Rock and Roll Nation, the winner. 4, Tahuya Brew, second. 1, Late Night Dealer, third. 8, Uber Hanover, fourth. 3, John Snow was fifth. Returning now to the winner's circle, here comes the winner, number 7, Rock and Roll Nation. A big gelding, 4 years old, by a rock and roll dance out of the Badlands Hanover mare, State of Joy. Owned by Michel Grenier, trained by the piping hot Alain Martin. Driven to victory by William Waugh, Coville Cup competitor. That's his third win in a short period of time. This one, another off-the-pace score in dramatic fashion. The mile, 156 and 2, 27 and 3, 58, 126 and 4. The mile, 156, 2/5. It's official. 7 Rock and Roll Nation, $15, $5.10, $4.10. 4 Tahuya Brew, $3.90, $2.90. 1 Late Night Dealer, $4. The Exactor, $52.60. The Dollar Try, $91.35. The Super, $2,135.30. 4 of 4 in the pick 4. 20-cent ticket, $2,743.73. 3 of 3 in the pick 3, $134.25. Nobody nailed the pick 5, so we have a carryover of $1,869 into the next one. That will take place Thursday on that program starting at 4 o'clock. Late Night Dealer, 3rd. Red Cape Party, 7th. John Snow, 5th and placed 6th. Tahuya Brew, 2nd. Mission Bay, scratched and refunded. Whistler, 6th and placed 5th. Rock and Roll Nation, the winner. Uber Hanover, 4th. After the placings, 3, 7, 6, 2 scratch, 5, 1, 4.
Well, John, William Roy just won that one, and he's been on a bit of a tear these last few days.
I'm interested in your thoughts here, Adam, heading into the Coville Cup 2 weeks from tonight. What does this do to William Waugh? Does it make him the automatic favorite with those 3 wins in the last 10 days? He certainly has had the opportunity that some of the others haven't had, but he's made the most of it. Is it a good thing for William Waugh going in with all this pressure now? Does it make him the favorite? Does he have a target on his back? I'd be interested to know what you think of that.
I think he has a target on his back, but whenever I follow any sport, whether it's horse racing or a human sport, team sport, I'm a big believer in momentum, and I think William Roy has that momentum. Now, can he hold it for 2 weeks from now? Not sure. Drew Smythe's got 2 wins this year, and who knows, some of the others might pick it up in the next few days. But certainly, William Roy has stamped himself and told his competitors, okay, you got 14 days, come and get me.
And so much of it will depend on the horses that you draw, because we've seen that over the years. You have to draw well, and it's wide open, but William Roy has certainly impressed a lot of people. And these off-the-pace scores, it's not easy to do, and down the center of the racetrack for a trainer like Alain Martin, who's had an abundance of wins in the latter half of August. So congratulations to William Roy and as well Alain Martin. What do you think heading into the 10th race? 1-5, is Irresistible worth it?
I think Irresistible can win. I'm hoping the price drifts out a little bit because Street Art is just as worthy a competitor as this one. I know that we're jumping up into the $6,200 purse class, but still, Street Art has proven himself, and I'm not intimidated by the class rise. I think this one is competitive in a field where you have a lot of horses that are relatively early in their careers. They might be developing at different times. I've been impressed by Street Art's ability to just outlast rivals. Will that be enough to hold off Irresistible? I'm not sure, but definitely those two are the ones to beat. I see Keystone Doral is taking a bit of money, and I would not leave Langley Sealster out of the ticket. It's like when everyone's eyes are turned towards somewhere else, Langley Sealster could come up and surprise a few people. First with the the post relief, not class relief, I mean post relief, going to post 4, and Guy Gagnon can do no wrong tonight. So many angles to look at. Irresistible is the one to beat, but I'm watching the odds before settling for 1-9.
Ryan Guy has also found himself in some good spots recently, and I know he can see the board right now, and he knows Irresistible is the one to beat. So Ryan's thoughts would likely be to keep as close as he can with Keystone Doral. That means getting right up on Shepherd's back when the wings fold. Irresistible doesn't leave that well, so this pair could be coming from perhaps 6th and 7th or 5th and 6th. So they're both going to be coming a long way. I'm certain Ryan Guy would like to follow Irresistible with Keystone Doral. One week from tonight is the Dino race. We had this last year. It was a whole lot of fun. Watch the Dinosaurs and the Friends of Orleans participate in a 100-meter dash. That's 1 week from tonight right here at Rideau Carleton in the nation's capital. It's the 10th race field. Pacers coming out onto the track, non-winners of 12,500 or one race lifetime. The purse 6,200, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late double wagering. In the 11th race, Jason Gilchrist driving 7 trilling times. Here's the 10th race field. Irresistible 1, Robert Shepard for Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley. $364 the 2, William Waugh for Marcel Rosan. Number 3, Street Art, Stéphane Pouliot for Donald Jobin and Danielle Bolil. Number 4, Langley Sealster, Guy Gagnon for co-owner Louis Latulippe. Double Gum 5, Robbie Robinson for Investissement KFB and Pierre-Marc Longpré. Jason Gilchrist driving for Kyle Forgy on 6, The Midnight Train. Seven, Bad Apple, Pascal Berube for Leah Rose Laverne. Number 8 is Gritty, Jacques Baudouin, the owner-driver. Completing the field is 9, Keystone Doral, Ryan Guy for Jacques Baudouin. That's your field for race 10 at 2 minutes until post time. There's number 1, Irresistible, looking very good on the racetrack. You get a driver in Robert Shepard, a very patient driver with a soft pair of hands. Going to suit this horse very nicely. He's already driven him once before to a second place finish late in July. Doesn't generally move well off the gate, but has plenty coming home. Kept us in suspense a week ago, winning by just a neck. A 4-time winner, already Irresistible with the 1-2 billing. It'll be Irresistible at 3 to 5 with Robert Shepard, 364, William Waugh. Street Art, Stéphane Pouliot, Langley Sealster Gigognon. Double Gum, Robbie Robinson. The Midnight Train, Jason Gilchrist, Bad Apple. Pascal Berube, Gritty is on the outside. Jacques Baudouin in the second tier, Keystone Doral and Ryan Guy. Field for race 10 on its way into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're often pacing. Langley Sealster wants to be first away. Up on the outside comes Double Gum. Irresistible is third away. Then comes 364 from the outside. Gritty goes on with it ahead of Street Art. Next away, Keystone Doral. 2 more back to the Midnight Train. Another 3 to Bad Apple. 3 of them across the racetrack by the opening quarter of 28 and 2. From widest of all, rushing up to take over. Here comes Long Shot Gritty. Gets there under the line the first time, opens to 3 on Langley Sealster. Double Gum is in third. Irresistible is up close tonight from 4th. Then it's 364. On the move to the outside, looking to flush from live cover, comes Street Art. Following that one out into the flow is Keystone Doral ahead of Bad Apple and the Midnight Train by the half in 57 seconds. Gritty on the lead with 3/8 of a mile to go. Langley Sealster right there second. Look at Irresistible pacing up a storm, and there he goes to clear off the lead. It's his to win or lose from here, and look at him go. 3/4 in 1:26. It's all Irresistible by 5 now. Street Art is on into second. That's it for Gritty, who checks out of it. Up on the outside, Keystone Doral with 1/8 of a mile to go. Irresistible by 4. He's long gone. It's all Irresistible and Shepard wrapped up to win this one by 7 in the end. Finishing second, Street Art, splitting horses late. Double Gum was close for third in 1:55 and 1. In the show photo, it was number 6, The Midnight Train. 1, Irresistible, the winner. 3, Street Art, second. 6, The Midnight Train. 5, Double Gum. 1, 3, 6, 5, your top 4 in the 10th. Here comes the winner of the 10th, number 1, Irresistible, 3-year-old son of Better's Delight, out of the Captain Treacherous mare, Izzy Hanover. Owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer. Robert Shepard, the winning driver. Irresistible, 3rd consecutive, 5th on the year, new lifetime mark, 155 and 1. 28 and 2, 57, 126 the mile, 155 and 1/5. Irresistible paid $250, $210, $210. Street Art $290, $210. The Midnight Strain $4. The exactor 910, the dollar try 49.50, and the dollar super 321.40.
Well, John, as we wait for the rundown, Irresistible was certainly the one to beat, and you picked up on some very sharp tactics by Robert Shepard.
Adam, to be good or very good at any sport, you have to have a certain level of intelligence, and I've known that to be true from a lot of the great drivers that I've had opportunity to meet in my career and even partner up with. And Robert Shepard is certainly in that category. The great ones can see what's going on around them. So Shepard was very aware that Jacques was parked from the 8-hole 3-wide to the tote board. So he knew this horse was a long shot and that was probably too much for him. So he knew he had to get out. And not only in doing that did he put himself in a good position, because he knew at some point up the backstretch he'd be taking on one that was getting tired, but he also put his rivals in a bad position, which is what you have to do to win races. You got to put yourself in a good spot and the people you're trying to beat in a bad spot. And Shepard did both of those things. And in the time that we've had Shepard here, we've noticed a lot of smart driving from him.
We certainly have, and whenever I'm able, I also watch the races from Hippodrome Trois, and I know Robert Shepard's done very well there, and he's been very versatile. I remember his career in southwestern Ontario, and wherever he goes, he gets himself noticed by just keeping his head down, keeping his head up, and his head down in one way and his head up another way, just being very sharp and observant and not too flashy and getting the job done. Like when we saw with Irresistible there, I thought, okay, it's a bit early to come first up, but he knew Gritty was going to get tired, and when Gritty did just drop the anchor, basically, that forced Guy Gagnon and Langley Sealster to squeeze out with another horse coming alongside them. Can't remember who it was off the top of my head, but great tactic by Robert Shepard to get ahead of the game on Irresistible. He knew he had his horse, and he knew that he could not let the pace scenario up front get in his way, and not a bad try for Street Art to get second for Stéphane Pouliot. So the top two favorites that we liked and that the public liked came in 1-2.
But the converse can be true too, because sometimes as a catch driver, there's simply nothing you can do. And here's the rundown. We'll cover this off first. Irresistible was the winner, 364 7th, Street Art 2nd, Langley Sealster 5th. Double Gum 4th, The Midnight Train 3rd, Bad Apple 9th, Gritty 8th, Keystone Doral was 6th. From the top 1, 7, 2, 5, 4, 3, 9, 8, 6. So this brings us to the 11th race. So if you're on the outside of the gate, no matter who you are, or how good a catch driver you are, you have to look at the program and say the favorite has the rail. Likely to go forward, and Guy Gagnon's smart, so he knows he wants to get a half in around 56 and change or even 57. So if you're one of the ones starting from the outside, you're in a terrible spot, because likely Coligny Hanover, perhaps even Lancaster Bomber and Tough Cooper, they may even line up close to post position order, because the speed is on the inside and there's no chance Guy Gagnon is letting anybody go, in my estimation anyways, with Flash Cube. So he's going to be looking to go slow fractions. Who's likely to pull? If I was a catch driver in this race, I wouldn't be in any hurry to pull, because if you pull early on the lights of a Flash Cube, you put yourself in a terrible spot. So you're likely to just try to ride the rail as long as you can and hope for the biggest piece you can get. Hope maybe Flash Cube falters, but if he doesn't, you still do well. But if those slow fractions materialize as we are predicting, I think that puts the outside horses in a world of hurt.
It'll certainly be a disadvantage for anybody to the outside. And we see Frydoc's best bet is the one Flash Cube. And tonight is not a night to question Frydock after he gave us that 17-1 long shot in the opener. But John, you're right. It's you know Flash Cube is going to leave. You know Coligny Hanover is going to be there. You know Lancaster Bomber is going to be heavily regarded. We were just talking about Robert Shepard and his ability to match his tactics to what he sees around him. And yeah, Lancaster Bomber is coming into a conditioned pace from claiming ranks. But Lancaster Bomber, Robert Shepard is going to know what to do with this one on his first start at Rideau. And you've got Tough Cooper there. You've got Moonlight Boy, who's taking money despite essentially the raise in class from non-winners of 30,000 lifetime to a class where also eligibles are non-winners of 40,000 lifetime. So you've got the inside 5, and really when you're past the inside 3, you've got a tall order ahead of you.
Certainly, I agree. And sometimes lines can be a little bit dressed up on a horse. For instance, number 3, Lancaster Bomber. He shows a couple of back-to-back 52 miles. That's over Woodbine Mohawk Park. That's in $14,000 and $15,000 claimers. The two starting inside of him are significantly better than claimers at that level. So Flash Cube and Coligny Hanover should be much shorter prices than they are. Also, in terms of the trainer change, Lancaster Bomber comes from Carmen Osiello. He wins many, many races on the tough Woodbine Mohawk Park circuit. So it's strictly a lateral move there to Mandy Archer here in the 11th.
Definitely not much of a change in caliber of trainer. Lancaster Bomber, this is a well-traveled one. His life's mark was taken at Plain Ridge last year, so Lancaster Bomber now comes to Rideau by way of Woodbine Mohawk Park, and they're just, again, it goes back to the inside three are the three contenders. You've got Guy Gagnon, Vic Putty, and Mandy Archer training the inside three. Guy Gagnon, Sam Filion, and Robert Shepard driving the inside three. And that's not a knock on anybody to the outside of these ones. Stéphane Bourassault and Stéphane Pouliot definitely win their share of races, as does Pascal Bédubé, but the way this race shapes up, at this class you're going to see skill and class stand out from both the standpoint of the drivers and the horses. And over the course of the evening we were expressing some doubts. It's like, do I want to take 1 to 5 on Irresistible, for example? I think in this case, you take what you get with Flash Cube, and we see what happens.
Well, Adam, thank you for your commentary and your 2 race calls tonight. We're getting close to the horses coming onto the track for tonight's 11th race. It's the field for the 11th and final coming out onto the track. Non-winners of $6,000 last 5, $40,000 lifetime. It's an optional $18,000 claimer, the purse $7,800, exactor, triactor, and high 5 wagering. Jason Gilchrist driving 7 thrilling times. Number 1 is Flash Cube. It's Guy Gagnon for Yvonne Mondu. Coligny Hanover 2, Sam Filion for Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland. Newcomer Lancaster Bomber is the 3. Robert Shepard for Jamie Copley and Mark Smith, along with Max Webster Stable. Ted McDonald drives 4. Tough Cooper for Julie Ferguson, Lloyd Stone, Sean Vino, and Corral Bailey. Moonlight Boy, the 5, Jimmy Gagnon for Stéphane Gagnon. Number 6 is Little Manny, Pascal Barube for Michel Letarte. Jason Gilchrist driving 7, Thrilling Times for Gilles Plourde and Karen Kloger. Time to Dancing is the 8, Stéphane Pouliot for a numbered Quebec Corporation. And that's your field for race 11 at 2 minutes until post time. The starting gate is in position for the 11th race, the Robbie D'Alessandro. It'll be Flash Cube and Guy Gagnon at even money. Coligny Hanover 9-5, second choice, Amphilion. Lancaster Bomber, Robert Shepard, Tough Cooper, Ted McDonald. Moonlight Boy, Jimmy Gagnon, Little Manny, Pascal Barube. Thrilling Times, Jason Gilchrist. Time to Dancing is on the outside with Stefan Pouliot. Following tonight's 11th race, live racing resumes Thursday afternoon, 4 o'clock, first post time with that pick 5 carryover, almost $2,000. The starting gate into the backstretch for the final time tonight. It's the Robbie D'Alessandro pace in the 11th, and they're at the start. They're often pacing. Flash Cube on the inside, first out for the early lead. Coligny Hanover wants into the 2-hole from 3 wide. That is Little Manny working up. Along the inside, next away, Moonlight Boy. Caught out wide early now, Little Manny is forced to take back. Ahead of Thrilling Times, Tough Cooper. Time to Dancing trails 27-2, the opening quarter time. In front of the grandstand, Flash Cube has been sent right out to the lead. Coligny Hanover second. Lancaster Bomber is third. Moonlight Boy, the fourth one. Little Manny to the outside. Thrilling Times. Tough Cooper. Time to Dancing is the trailer. Flash Cube getting things all his own way on the lead. Coligny Hanover sits on his back in second by the half in 57-1. Modest for this crowd. Flash Cube going to be tough to catch from here. Coligny Hanover rides the pocket to the outside. Here comes Lancaster Bomber with 3/8 to go. Thrilling Times is out into the flow. Moonlight Boy is up the inside. Then it's Little Manny. Cuff Cooper on the outside of Time to Dancing, the trailer. Flash Cube by 2 in 1:25. Flash Cube on the final turn with the lead. Just minor urging from Guy Gagnon. Coligny Hanover is second. Under a full-out drive is Lancaster Bomber from third. Thrilling Times is 3 wide for the stretch drive. Moonlight Boy as well, coming for the payoff. Flash Cube trying to see it through. Coligny Hanover on the outside, in with a shot. Flash Cube, Coligny Hanover. Flash Cube gives Gagnon his 5th on the night. Coligny Hanover was second, tight for show. Looked like Little Manny over Thrilling Times in 1:54. Tonight's pari-mutuel handle, $275,906. Number 1, Flash Cube, the winner. 2, Coligny Hanover second. 6, Little Manny third. 7, Thrilling Times fourth. 3, Lancaster Bomber was fifth. 1, 2, 6, 7, 3. There is the winner of the finale, number 1 Flash Cube. Big gelding, 5 years old by Sports Writer, out of the Camlock mare Fancy a Dream, owned by Yvon Mondu, trained and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon, his 5th winner on the program. That's why they call him the King. The winning groom was the dancer, Stephanie Gagnon. Flash Cube in 154, 27 and 2, 57 and 1, 125, the mile in 154. Race 11 is official. Flash Cube 350, 230, 210. Coligny Hanover 250, 210. Little Manny 1080. The Exactor 850. The Dollar Try 42.55. The Late Double of 1 and 1 610. 404 in the late pick 3, 303.80 for a $1 ticket. The 20-cent Super High 5, 246.23. Flash Cube was the winner. Coligny Hanover 2nd, Lancaster Bomber 5th, Tough Cooper 6th, Moonlight Boy was 8th, Little Manny 3rd, Thrilling Times 4th, Time to Dancing was 7th. From the top, 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 3, 4, 7. And that concludes tonight's program of racing from Rideau Carleton, reminding you live racing resumes Thursday afternoon with a 4 o'clock first post time. Until then, on behalf of the horsemen, management, and staff, I'm John McMillan saying good night, and please drive safely on your way home.